Chapter 63. Accidentally said the truth. Chapter 63. Accidentally said the truth. This is actually a quasi-superior grade, omen-breaking pill. W.A.N. G. Jinfu exclaimed in surprise. Oh, let me see. N. It's true. Although the omen-breaking pill is in the same rank as the profound clarity pill and the fierce tiger pill, the refinement difficulty is much greater. Honorable nephew, one is truly remarkable to be able to refine a quasi-superior grade. Sun Jiaming took a look at the pill, and it was undeniably a quasi-superior grade, omen-breaking pill. Looking at the amazement on W.A.N. G. Jinfu's and Sun Jiaming's faces, Wan Yuan suddenly felt a sense of pride. This little nephew was lucky. I didn't expect that I could actually refine a quasi-superior grade pill today. Wan Yuan's words were modest, but the smile on his face could not be concealed no matter what. His way of addressing also changed from junior to little nephew. W.A.N. G. Jinfu looked at Wan Yuan thoughtfully and sighed. Honorable nephew is too modest. Your alchemy skills are most likely number one among the younger generation in the state of Qin. If not for the fact that you are old brother Wan's son, this old man even wants to take you in as a disciple. Wan Yuan's heart shook with excitement. It was definitely highly beneficial to receive the acknowledgement of the Alchemist A.S. Association's deputy chairman. The Alchemist A.S. Association had always been a transcendent existence that could not be controlled by any influence. It was precisely so that everyone wished to strike up good relations with them. If you were accepted to be W.A.N. G. Jinfu's disciple, then the Wan family would have found a powerful backer from now on. It was true that Wan Donghai was impressive, but in the end, he was only a businessman, a rootless weed. Although the Drunken Star Manor was huge, it faced too many restrictions within the capital. If they managed to scale up this big tree called the Alchemist A.S. Association, then would it not be simple to destroy the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Imagining this, Wan Yuan no longer hesitated. Bowing towards W.A.N. G. Jinfu, he said, "My father would frequently mention the two Lord Chairmen at home and is full of admiration towards both lords. If my father were to know that I could acknowledge Lord Chairman as my master, he would be very pleased." W.A.N. G. Jinfu chortled and said, "But what a pity! I've already accepted Feng as my last disciple. Furthermore, you are a member of the academy. It isn't convenient for you to acknowledge other masters. However, there is no harm in taking you in as an in-name disciple. Are you willing?" The first half of the sentence disappointed Wan Yuan greatly, but the second half made him overjoyed. W.A.N. G. Jinfu's arrangement was indeed in consideration of taking him in as his disciple. A member of the Dan Wu Academy was the equivalent of a member of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Acknowledging other masters would naturally be inappropriate, but an in-name disciple would not be an issue. Wan Yuan kowtowed. Disciple Wan Yuan pays respect to master. W.A.N. G. Jinfu stroked his beard as he smiled and accepted it calmly. Good, good. You and I are only master and disciple in name, so there isn't a need to stand on ceremony. Get up. The two of us had better not delay other people's tests. We will talk about this matter after the test. Anyone could tell that W.A.N. G. Jinfu was highly pleased with this in-name disciple. Feng, watching by the side, furrowed her brows instead. It was not that she was unhappy with Wan Yuan acknowledging a master. In reality, there were many students like that in the Dan Wu Academy. However, Wan Yuan's background was too sensitive. As a member of the imperial family, Feng Ruoqing naturally had a different sensitivity to Wan Yuan acknowledging a master. the Yuan family, and the Su family had been in collusion all this while. They dominated over half of the state of Qin's medicinal pills and medicinal herbs businesses. The imperial family was apparently concerned about this, so they tacitly approved of the Yi family's rise. But now that Wang Yuan was taken in by W. A. and Ji Jinfu, this would mean that the Yuan family had struck up a relations. H. I plus P with the alchemist A. S. association. The influence of the alchemist A. S. association was even greater than the Tranquil Cloud sect. Their branches spanned every corner of the continent. One could say that as long as a place had people living there, there would be an alchemist A. S. association. To the imperial family, they had to be on guard now that the Yuan family was in league with this giant. The alchemy master test is starting now. Partic 1. P. Ants. Enter the herbal warehouse. The examiner called out. Yi Yuan was about to move when Wang Yuan walked in front of him smilingly. Yi Yuan, I advise you to not go out there and disgrace yourself. Master is a respected figure who isn't willing to dispute with a junior like you, so you should have a sense of propriety. You have never been in contact with alchemy since young. If you mess up later, you are not only going to lose face, even Teacher Feng and the Dan Wu Academy's people will be thoroughly disgraced. What? He doesn't know alchemy? When W. A. N. Ji Jinfu heard that, he immediately blew his top. Master, I can be considered to have grown up together with Yi Yuan, but I was never aware that he knew alchemy. Although I don't know how he managed to sneak in, I'm afraid that he will make us all lose face. That's why I decided to speak up. Wang Yuan faked Compa S. shout as he explained. Yi Yuan, are you challenging this old man's patience? W. A. N. Ji Jinfu snarled. Yi Yuan ignored W. A. N. Ji Jinfu and looked at Wang Yuan instead, smiling as he said, Read my lips. What? Wang Yuan was stunned for a moment and did not react in time. Diet. Yi Yuan did not make a sound but mouthed the word exaggeratedly. Even though the audience did not hear anything, even a moron could see what Yi Yuan was mouthing. It was just that with this, the formerly tense atmosphere became a little weird. Everyone fought hard to hold back their laughter. Yi Yuan, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't be ungrateful. Wang Yuan burst out furiously. I'm really astonished by your idiocy, who within the capital and the Dan Wu Academy aren't aware that you were at loggerheads with me since young. Now, you're saying that you're doing this for my own good? Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Yi Yuan sighed helplessly. Wang Yuan did not expect Yi Yuan would lose all decorum with him right here. Being said like this, he was foolish enough to astonish everyone. Don't change the subject, Yi Yuan. Right now, I'm talking about whether you know alchemy or not. You are wasting the two chairmen's precious time. Wang Yuan did not lose himself in anger and managed to retort. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed. Sorry, I insulted the word idiot just now. Uffed. This time around, the audience could not hold back their laughter anymore, especially Feng Jiro, who convulsed in laughter exaggeratedly. Wang Yuan's face turned purple as he roared, Don't talk nonsense, Yi Yuan. Fine then. Someone who's even less than an idiot like you won't give up unless I make it clear. You said that you grew up together with me and was never aware that I knew alchemy. Don't tell me that you stalk me 24 hours a day. Do you follow me when I'm eating, sleeping, and on the loo? Or should I report to you when I'm learning alchemy? Yes, you have an alchemy grandmaster for a father, but I also have an alchemy grandmaster for a father. Why should you know alchemy, but I can't? You even incited the two chairmen to be your hired thugs to put me to death. Your intentions are so sinister. Oops. My bad. I accidentally revealed your true purpose. Sorry. Finus. H. I. Plussing. Yi Yuan even bowed towards 1 yuan mockingly, making the audience burst into laughter once again. With what Yi Yuan said, it was like yellow dirt had fallen into 1 yuan's pants. Even if it was not S, H, I plus T, it became S, H, I plus T. 1 yuan turned to look at W. A-N, G Jinfu. As expected, his face became sullen. 1 yuan hurriedly explained, Master, don't listen to his nonsense. There's no such thing. He's trying to S, H, I plus FT the blame to me. Why would I make use of Master? Whether he knows alchemy or not, it will be clear once he enters the refining room. For a moment, W. A. N. G. Jinfu was unable to tell if what Yi Yuan said was true or false, so he said, Fine, I will let you try. Chapter 64. He really knows alchemy? Chapter 64. He really knows alchemy? Fine. I want to see just what kind of Tier 2 medicinal pill can you refine. At that time, you had better not bring a pile of herbal dregs to serve as a stopgap. 1 yuan wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan, but he did not expect to throw himself in. However, he did not believe that Yi Yuan could refine any medicinal pill. Even if he really knew alchemy, it was impossible for him to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. As long as Yi Yuan could not refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, then everything was good. At that time, could Yi Yuan even walk out of the Alchemist A.S. Association's gates in one piece with him fanning the fire by the side? You'd better worry about your own intelligence first. Don't worry about my matters. Ending with those words, Yi Yuan directly ignored 1 yuan and headed to the herbal warehouse. When he said by Feng Ru watching, he suddenly flashed a smile and transmitted his voice. In a while, watch properly and don't blink. Feng Ru watching's face twitched as she looked bewilderedly at Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan had already entered the herbal warehouse. Could it be that he's going to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? That's why he asked me to pay attention. He really knows the yin-yang separation flow technique. Initially, Feng Ruoqing thought that there had to be a powerful alchemy master behind Yi Yuan. That was why Yi Yuan possessed such immensely profound theoretical knowledge. However, the yin-yang separation flow technique required extreme amounts of practice to learn. It was impossible without 2 to 3 years. As for mastering it completely, the time required was even longer. Even 5 years were considered short. But Yi Yuan was only 15 years old. Could it be that he started learning when he was 10 years old? But Yi Yuan most likely had not even stepped onto the martial path back then. Where would he have the support of essence energy? Thinking for a long time, Feng Ruoqing still could not figure it out, so she just let it go. When Feng Ruoqing came around, she realized that the atmosphere was not quite right. Everyone stared fixedly at the light curtain with unusual eyes. What's Yi Yuan doing? Is he choosing herbs haphazardly to refine randomly later? 1 yuan watched the light screen with a cold smile. I said that he doesn't know anything, right? Just look. He doesn't even look, and simply grabs a bunch of herbs completely indiscriminately as he goes. Who chooses herbs like that? That's right. Isn't this making fun of us? Many of the herbs in the herbal warehouse look almost the same. It's impossible to tell the difference without inspecting it closely. He's being too casual. At their seat, the faces of W, A, N, Ji Jinfu, and Sun Jiaming did not look too good. They obviously knew that there were many herbs inside the herbal warehouse meant to confuse the public. This was to test the visual judgment of the alchemist. However, Yi Yuan's performance was too amateurish, giving them the feeling that they were being fooled. Looking at Yi Yuan's performance, Wan Yuan was secretly even more certain that Yi Yuan did not know alchemy. Observing the faces of the two leaders, he felt elated. Why, Yi Yuan, since you are courting death yourself, then you can't blame me. Today, even if Yi Heng came here, he also can't save you. Wan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Miss Feng, this old man doesn't want to speak out of turn, but does he really know alchemy? And Ji Jinfu could not resist questioning. Only Feng Ruoqing was aware of Yi Yuan's ability in this place, so she did not find it unusual. Lord Chairman, please look on patiently. Since the test has already started, just let Yi Yuan finish. If he really poked a hole in any basket, then Feng Ruoqing, will shoulder it. Although Feng Ruoqing spoke respectfully, she was firmly defensive of Yi Yuan. And Ji Jinfu had some understanding of Feng Ruoqing and knew that she was a reserved person all along. He did not understand why she was accompanying a junior to mess around today. Miss Feng's abilities are already nearing a high-rank alchemy master. Can't you differentiate between a rookie and an expert? As long as you watch Yi Yuan choose his herbs, you'll be able to tell that he's a complete layman. Must Miss Feng continue to go along with his nonsense? And Ji Jinfu frowned as he said this. Feng Ruoqing's ident. 1. Tai was special. In the future, she could possibly become another alchemy grandmaster in the imperial family. Although the alchemist A.S. Association did not fear the imperial family, this state of Qin was ultimately the imperial family's territory. Unless they had no other alternatives, both parties naturally would not lose all decorum. Hence, and Ji Jinfu continued to endure when speaking to Feng Ruoqing. But Feng Ruoqing just smiled and said, I still have those same words. Why don't Chairman and G watch finish patiently? Perhaps it wouldn't disappoint you. Sometimes what you see with your own eyes might not be true. Seeing Feng Ruoqing remain firm, he was also displeased. He wanted to see just what Yi Yuan could do, since he had already made it clear that if Yi Yuan really dared to mess with the alchemist A.S. Association, then even if he was beaten to death, there was nothing that Feng Ruoqing could say. Look, guys, Yi Yuan's out. Isn't this too fast? Isn't he a complete amateur? That's right. He came out after walking one round inside. You guys, look. He's carrying so little herbs. Most likely, there's only enough quant. 1. Tai for 1 refinement. Does he think that it's hopeless and is acting recklessly, or is he extremely confident in himself? Bulls. I plus T. Of course, he thinks that it's hopeless and he's acting recklessly. Even an alchemy grandmaster wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could refine a tier 2 medicinal pill each time. Don't tell me that Yi Yuan is so monstrous that his alchemy success rate is 100%. Yi Yuan's actions incurred a round of vicious words, but he could not hear them. Of course, even if he heard it, he would just treat it like a fart. Entering the pill refinement room, Yi Yuan threw the herbs casually onto the workstation and split the herbs evenly into 2 sets before starting the refinement of the medicinal essence right away. Even the process of preparing the herbs was foregone. Not even 30 minutes had Pa-S said from choosing the herbs until now. His actions caused another huge commotion. In the hall, regardless of both students and alchemists from the Alchemist A.S. Association, they all exchanged looks. Is this Yi Yuan here to be a joke? Even if he only prepared 1 set of ingredients for the sake of posturing, was there a need to skip weighing and preparation of the herbs? How is he certain of the quant? 1 tie of each herb? Another person looked at him like he was an idiot. You still have hopes that Yi Yuan could refine a medicinal pill even now? This fellow is a complete amateur who doesn't know anything at all. He's here solely for laughs. Look, guys, the ingredients that he chose was only enough for one portion, but he split the herbs into two halves. Half the quant. One tie isn't even enough to refine a single medicinal pill. Hee hee. This Yi Yuan is really B-A-L-L-S-Y. He actually dares to mess with the two chairmen. Is he courting death? Wan Yuan smiled coldly and said, I already said that he was all talk. To think that he really made everyone run around in circles. I want to see just how he intends to wrap up the situation later. Following which, Wan Yuan looked towards W.A.N.G. Jinfu to check out what kind of expression he had. However, Wan Yuan did not see the expression he was looking forward to on W.A.N.G. Jinfu's face. Suspicion was written all over W.A.N.G. Jinfu's face. Old son, do you think that Yi Yuan this punk is about to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? Sun Jiaming's expression was about the same as W.A.N.G. Jinfu's. Theoretically speaking, splitting the ingredients equally into two parts is the approach to the yin-yang separation flow technique. But he, W.A.N.G. Jinfu shook his head. I also think that it isn't likely. How old is this punk? How could he know the yin-yang separation flow technique? No need to guess anymore, Lord Chairman. What Yi Yuan is about to use is precisely the yin-yang separation flow technique. Right then, Feng Ruoqing's confident voice was heard. Celiphoda_Celiphoda_ Regius Professor. Are you ready for TGIF? Tongue sticking out. This is not the TGIF chapter, but the first chapter for Friday. Chapter 65, Geode-like Technique. Chapter 65, Geode-like Technique. He's a complete amateur in alchemy who doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. How could he possibly know how to use the yin-yang separation flow technique? Preparing herbs was something deeply ingrained in alchemists. Even W.A.N.G. Jinfu, who was an alchemy grandmaster, would not skip it. One after all, it was impossible to comprehend how an alchemy emperor refined pills with his realm. Two hence, in W.A.N.G. Jinfu's heart, Yi Yuan had long been determined to be a layman. Whether he knows it or not, just continue watching, and you will see. Honestly speaking, even I am looking forward to it. Feng Ruoqing said with a smile. W.A.N.G. Jinfu and Ko's conversation reached everyone's ears. The students started gossiping among themselves. Yin-yang separation flow technique. What the H.E.L.L. is that? No clue. Never heard of it before. I'm also confused now. Is Yi Yuan the real deal, or is he misleading us? Should be misleading? After all, he doesn't even know how to prepare the herbs. N. I think so too. Other people did not know about the yin-yang separation flow technique, but Wan Yuan knew. It was exactly because he knew that caused Wan Yuan's disdain grew even greater. Although the yin-yang separation flow technique was very powerful, it was extremely difficult to train. He was all too clear on Yi Yuan's capabilities. How could he possibly know this? Most likely Yi Yuan saw it on some obscure books or records, and then he purposely took it out, now to please the crowd by trying to impress them. Within the refining room, Yi Yuan swiftly completed the refinement of the medicinal essence. Next was to open the furnace to refine pills. Similar to that day when he was assistant to Feng Ruoqing, Yi Yuan formed seals with both hands, and the flame obediently split into two parts to scorch the pill cauldron uniformly. Finus. H.I. Plus in the preparation work, Yi Yuan waved a hand, and the medicinal essences flew into the pill cauldron. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan's hands were like flood dragons out in the sea. His left hand formed seals, and his right hand did so too as he controlled the two portions of medicinal essences. The entire process was not quick, but it was not sloppy at all. The essence of the yin-yang separation flow technique was synchronization. Just based on this point, Yi Yuan's refinement, since the start, had been impeccable. Outside the refining room in the hall, Yi Yuan's refinement finally dispelled everyone's suspicions towards him. Yi Yuan really knew alchemy. It was just that. It was not easy to judge how high his standard was. I didn't think that this rascal really knows alchemy. It's just, why are his movements so slow? Could it be that he isn't familiar with the seals? Jinfu was baffled. The yin-yang separation flow technique has 7x7 49 yang seals and 7x7 49 yin seals. Each of them is supremely complex. Back then, I also tried to learn the yin-yang separation flow technique. But in the end, I failed. Yi Yuan has been on point since the first seal until now. I also can't see any areas where he's unfamiliar with. Logically speaking, it should be utilized proficiently. I also don't understand why he's so slow. Miss Feng, what do you think? Sun Jiaming seemed to be rather familiar with the yin-yang separation flow technique. Most likely, he spent a great deal of time researching it in his youth. Feng Ruoqing had been staring unblinkingly at Yi Yuan's hands since the beginning. She knew the first 21 seals of the yin-yang separation flow technique by heart. Currently, the seals Yi Yuan executed were like playing it in slow motion for her to see. Could it be that he's specifically displaying it for me to see? Feng Zhiro quickly rejected this thought. The yin-yang separation flow technique was incomparably complicated. If he continued like this, the medicinal pills would definitely be ruined. Even if Yi Yuan were really at the level of an alchemy king, it would be impossible to save it. Noticing that Sun Jiaming questioned her, Feng Ruoqing also shook her head bitterly. I also don't know. And the first pair of seals is completed. But isn't this speed too slow? At this rate, the medicinal pill can't even condense. The result will surely be a useless pill. Jinfu said. Yi Yuan started to execute the second pair of seals. The two sets of medicinal essences jumped joyously about in the pill cauldron one after another, akin to fish frolicking. Do you feel that the speed of Yi Yuan's seals is increasing? Halfway through the second pair of seals, Sun Jiaming suddenly asked, Is that so? I didn't notice it. It's still so slow. But old Sun, did you notice that even though Yi Yuan's actions are very slow, the medicinal essences don't have any signs of dissipating? Jinfu also seemed to have discovered something unusual. In reality, when alchemists were refining pills, most would finish things quickly in order to maintain the shape of the medicinal essence. It was just like a single log bridge. If you charge across in one breath, you would be able to properly grasp the direction and balance so as to not fall down. But if you crossed it slowly, it would be easy to lose your center of gravity and then fell down. However, Yi Yuan's refining was the opposite. He clearly decreased the speed, but each step was very stable. There were no instances where the center of gravity was off. Sun Jiaming took a look and was involuntarily astounded. It's true. Could it be that Yi Yuan already trained the yin-yang separation flow technique to an extraordinarily high realm? Hence, he deliberately slowed down to allow for the various herbs in the medicinal essence to fuse better. But is this possible? Right when the two were debating, Yi Yuan's seals had already progressed to the third pair. It's not right. It looks like it sped up again. Sun Jiaming exclaimed. Now that you said it, it really looks like it's a little faster than at the start. He's increasing his speed. Jinfu also discovered the change in Yi Yuan's hand speed. Don't tell me, he plans to keep increasing speed like this? Sun Jiaming and Ji Jinfu exchanged glances and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Next was the fourth pair of seals. The fifth pair, sixth pair, seventh pair. Yi Yuan's seal-forming speed became increasingly faster and even more elusive. In the beginning, everyone's eyes could follow Yi Yuan's speed. But towards the end, they could only see a blur. Yi Yuan's refinement gave people the feeling that he was using his fingertips to dance, dreamlike and mystical. Sun Jiaming, NW, and Ji Jinfu no longer discussed Yi Yuan's seals. They were completely drunk on Yi Yuan's refinement and were not able to extricate themselves. At this moment, their hearts seemed to quiver along with Yi Yuan's hands, becoming excited. Their blood even felt like it was boiling towards the end. In this place, Sun Jiaming's NW and Ji Jinfu's skill was the highest, but even they were completely immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves, let alone the others. Even Yi Yuan's enemy, Wan Yuan, was currently lost in it. Sun Jiaming and and Ji Jinfu were wholly enraptured as if they were brought into another realm. And this realm was a world that they had never heard of before in their entire lives. Yin Yang, combine. Just as that feeling reached its peak, Yi Yuan gave a low cry and suddenly placed his palms together, resulting in the 2 half-portion medicinal pills, which had already taken shape, gathered in the center. A beam of white light shot out from the pill cauldron, blinding everyone's eyes. Sun Jiaming and and Ji Jinfu were abruptly woken. The two exchanged looks once again and saw an inexplicable feeling from the other party's eyes. The entire hall was silent. The students had not woken up from their stupor yet. Right then, the door of the refining room belonging to Yi Yuan opened, and Yi Yuan walked out slowly. Bean-sized sweat drops covered his forehead. It was evident that refining a Tier 2 medicinal pill was still too strenuous for him. The medicinal pill is already refined. This little lord is tired to death. I'm going back to rest first. You have to tell me later whether I pass or not. After he said that, Yi Yuan strode out, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. Celiphoda _ Regius Professor. Check out Note 1 and Note 2 in this chapter. It's not our fault. Sad face. Don't blame us. Again, not TGIF. But second chapter for today, tongue sticking out. Chapter 66, Miracle, Legendary Realm. Chapter 66, Miracle, Legendary Realm. He left just like that. And Ji Jinfu forgot to stop Yi Yuan just now. When he recovered, Yi Yuan was already gone. Sun Jiaming took a deep breath and sighed. If he doesn't leave, then what? His essence energy is already exhausted. If he doesn't recuperate in time, it might leave behind hidden dangers. Even though he managed to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill using his 4th level essence chi realm cultivation, it was still overly forceful. It would be a pity for such a figure to leave behind hidden dangers because of a single refinement. Sigh. So what if it was forceful? He already has the strength to refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill. What's lacking is only the ACCU, Mulation of Essence Energy. And Ji Jinfu's words still contained deep shock. Sun Jinfu nodded in agreement. However, he suddenly became agitated. Trembling, he said, "A miracle! Yi Yuan's refinement, just now, was simply a miracle." That's right. It was truly a miracle. Could it be that Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique had already reached that legendary stage? And Ji Jinfu wondered. It's definitely the legendary realm. A 4th level essence chi realm refining pills managed to affect even the mental states of us both. It's impossible to not be the legendary stage. Sun Jiaming said in agreement. The various refinement techniques in alchemy had fundamental similarities with martial techniques. It was just that alchemy techniques did not possess attack power. However, refinement techniques were differentiated into 5 realms based on the level of mastery. They were namely: entry stage, small success stage, large success stage, great circle stage, and legendary stage. The distinction between realms was pretty much the same as martial techniques. The only difference was in the 5th stage's name. One was the breaking illusion stage, while the other was the legendary stage. The difference also showed the fundamentally distinct goals between martial techniques and alchemy techniques. Martial techniques pursued extreme destructive powers. What was necessary was breaking shackles and surpassing limits, hence the name breaking illusion. On the other hand, alchemy techniques pursued a type of boundless creation power. Endless possibilities lay hidden inside a tiny, tiny medicinal pill, and what alchemy methods chased after was the creation of even more possibilities. Hence the name legendary. The moment one's alchemy technique stepped into the legendary stage, the refined medicinal pills would produce limitless possibilities and often would also increase the medicinal efficacy multiple times. An alchemy technique at the legendary stage could even bestow additional attributes onto the medicinal pill and yield unexpected results. Jinfu seemed to recall something and suddenly bellowed, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly go and invite out the medicinal pill Yi Yuan refined." When Jinfu spoke, he subconsciously used the word invite. The alchemy master at the side only came to a realization now and rushed over to retrieve the medicinal pill. Meanwhile, Wan Yuan's face took on a grim expression. In his heart, he felt inexplicable shock and a strong sense of shame. He knew that the relations H-I plus P he just struck up with Jinfu was gone now. It was already impossible for Jinfu to acknowledge him as a disciple. Things would be fine if Yi Yuan did not know alchemy. Taking advantage of Jinfu's rotten mood from being messed with, he could throw dirty water with all his might by the side. But now, Yi Yuan and his conflict already came out into the open. Jinfu would most likely not have any good impression towards Wan Yuan as long as he slightly recalled Yi Yuan's words. What made Wan Yuan feel even more ashamed was that he was actually lost in that mysterious feeling brought by Yi Yuan and could not extricate himself. This showed that his alchemy Tao was much more inferior to Yi Yuan's. How did this happen? A month ago, Yi Yuan was clearly still a good-for-nothing. Now, not only did he achieve dazzling results in the martial path, his alchemy Tao standard broke the general knowledge, and he completed an impossible task. In this short while, Yi Yuan's medicinal pill had already been carefully brought out on a jade tray by an alchemy master. A fire-red pill appeared in front of everyone. This is a low Tier 2 strengthening pill. Sniffing the overwhelming medicinal aroma, Jinfu quickly identified the medicinal pill. That's right. It's really the strengthening pill, a transcendent grade strengthening pill. Sun Jiaming said with a grave expression. The strengthening pill was a very low-level medicinal pill, which was frequently used by bottom-tier martial artists. The use of the strengthening pill was to increase the power in a particular area of the body. It was a medicinal pill that allowed a partial part of a martial artist's body to exceed their existing strength. Tier 1 strengthening pills were highly popular among demonic beast hunters, as it could often help them defeat demonic beasts that were slightly stronger than them. It was very low level, but very practical. On the other hand, Tier 2 strengthening pills were not as popular as Tier 1s. This was because spirit condensation realm martial artists were much wealthier than Essence Chi realm martial artists. They were also much stronger, so they could afford higher-level medicinal pills. The difference between each minor cultivation realm after the spirit condensation realm was huge. Even if one used a Tier 2 strengthening pill to partially increase their strength, the effects were severely limited. That was because the level of the medicinal pill was too low, barely reaching the level of low Tier 2. Hence, the position of Tier 2 strengthening pills became very awkward. But no matter what, a Tier 2 strengthening pill was a Tier 2 strengthening pill. It was a genuine Tier 2 medicinal pill. And, Body was able to refute it. Of course. And, Body would go and dispute it right now. Everyone was sizing up this medicinal pill curiously. W.A. and Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming exchanged glances. W.A. and Ji Jinfu opened his mouth and said, "Old Sun, what are you thinking now?" "The same as you," Sun Jiaming replied. "Then try it," W.A. and Ji Jinfu asked uncertainly. But Sun Jiaming shook his head instead. This medicinal pill was refined by Yi Yuan. According to the A.S. Association's rules, this medicinal pill belongs to him. We don't have the right to test it. Currently, W.A. and Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming felt like their hearts were being scratched by cats. They were highly curious about the medicinal effects of this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill. However, the Partic 1P ants who came to take part in the Alchemist A.S. Association's test had already paid the test fees. Hence, the medicinal pills refined naturally belonged to them. Dan Wu Academy had already paid the test fees for their students. Both W.A. and Ji and Sun obviously could not casually test the medicinal pill. W.A. and Ji Jinfu suddenly recalled something. Slapping his thighs, he exclaimed, "Miss Feng." Halfway through his sentence, he stopped abruptly. That was because when he turned his head, he found out that Feng Ruoqing currently had her eyes shut and she had entered a strange state. Sudden enlightenment. W.A. and Ji Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. No wonder he did not hear Feng Ruoqing speak until now. She had actually entered a sudden enlightenment state. Her soul strength is growing. She's about to break through. Sun Jiaming clearly also noticed her peculiar state. Everyone be quiet. Don't interrupt Miss Feng's breakthrough. W.A. and Ji Jinfu said in a low voice. The test hall instantly quietened down. Everyone was focused on Feng Ruoqing's breakthrough. Feng Ruoqing had long held a studious mindset when watching Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique. After Yi Yuan's refinement became dreamlike and mystical, she felt like she comprehended something, following which she entered a state of sudden enlightenment. And, Body here had more profound attainments than her in terms of the yin-yang separation flow technique. Also, Body understood the yin-yang separation flow technique better than her. Towards the end, Feng Ruoqing's divine soul and Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique developed a resonance, and under this resonance, her divine soul gradually grew stronger. Feng Ruoqing's soul strength was only a hair's breadth away from being a high-rank alchemy master. Relying on this resonance, she successfully crossed the threshold and finally became a high-rank alchemy master. Celiphoda _ Regius Professor, TGIF, AMA, S release of 20 chapters, Chapter 66 to Chapter 85, for our supportive readers. Good news, Ma, S release. Maybe a bad news, maybe it is a good news. The more chapters we released, the closer we get to being premium. How many chapters till premium? We do not know. It depends on the management. For now, enjoy the chapters. Thank you for the support. Chapter 67, Testing Medicinal Efficacy. Chapter 67, Testing Medicinal Efficacy. All of a sudden, the surrounding essence energy gathered around Feng Ruoqing, forming a small essence energy storm around her. Feng Ruoqing greedily absorbed the concentrated essence energy and broke through the shackles in one motion. Originally, she was at the 6th level spirit condensation realm. Taking advantage of the sudden enlightenment to break through, not only did her soul strength broke through to the high-rank alchemy master realm, but her cultivation also broke through the 6th level spirit condensation realm, directly rising to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. Only after the essence energy in the hall recovered its tranquility did Feng Ruoqing slowly open her eyes. Congratulations, Miss Feng, in advancing to high-rank alchemy master in one stroke. And Jinfu immediately went up to congratulate, and the others also came up to express their felicitations. Feng Ruoqing could break through to high-rank alchemy master at such an age. In the future, it was basically a given for her to become an alchemy grandmaster. It was essential to be on friendly terms with a future state of Qin's major figure, now. Except that while Feng Ruoqing returned the well wishes perfunctorily, her eyes scanned the crowd, but in the end, she failed to find the person she was looking for. Many thanks for everyone's compliments. Ruoqing dare not accept it. For Ruoqing to be fortunate enough to break through today, I still have to thank Yi Yuan. I wonder, where did he go? Feng Ruoqing asked in puzzlement. In the state of sudden enlightenment, Feng Ruoqing was completely dead to the outside world. She was still not aware that Yi Yuan had already left. Miss Feng, because Yi Yuan completely exhausted his essence energy to forcefully refine the Tier 2 strengthening pill. He went back to rest right after he exited the refining room. Jinfu replied. Feng Ruoqing came to a realization. Then the medicinal pill he refined. The moment she mentioned the medicinal pill, everyone's expressions became peculiar. Feng Ruoqing was baffled, but her heart jumped, and she asked anxiously, "Don't tell me Yi Yuan failed?" "Impossible." "Relax, Miss Feng." "Of course," Yi Yuan said. "It's just." Jinfu found it hard to speak up. In reality, it was somewhat impetuous to test the medicinal pill that other people refined. However, Jinfu really wanted to know if this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill had any special effects. "It's just what?" Feng Ruoqing asked curiously. Jinfu sighed and said, "I'm also not afraid that Miss Feng will laugh." Not only did that Yi Yuan refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill, but it was also a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. His performance earlier was simply miraculous. So, hearing Jinfu said all that, Feng Ruoqing immediately understood in her heart. Transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. These 6 words represented extraordinary significance in the state of Qin's alchemy world. Even a high-rank alchemy grandmaster could not refine a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill. Even if the medicinal pill was the lowest of the low Tier 2, Tier 2 medicinal pills and Tier 1 medicinal pills were 2 completely different concepts. The soul strength requirement was not high for Tier 1 medicinal pills. It was easier to refine in comparison. However, the complexity level of Tier 2 medicinal pills was several times, even dozens of times of Tier 1 medicinal pills. Because of that, a more powerful soul strength was necessary to advance to alchemy master. This gap also brought about a phenomenon. Tier 1 medicinal pills would occasionally come out as transcendent grade. However, a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill had never appeared in the state of Qin before. Hence, W. A. and Ji Jinfu really wanted to see just what effects this medicinal pill had. Seeing everyone look at her with expectant eyes, Feng Ruoqing obviously did not feel nice to reject. In reality, she was also curious just how mystical this so-called transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill was. Even if Feng Ruoqing was the only one who believed that Yi Yuan could refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill among this crowd, the shock that she currently felt was no less than the rest. Feng Ruoqing felt that it was extremely appropriate for W. A. and Ji Jinfu to use the word miracle to describe Yi Yuan's refinement just now. Since that's the case, then test it out. Hearing Feng Ruoqing said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief, and their eyes shone with antic. 1. P-ation. Ha ha ha. I finally refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. I'm also an alchemy master now. Right at this moment, a somewhat crazed laughter echoed out. The audience involuntarily turned to look, only to see Feng Zhiro. This made everyone recall that there were still 2 examinees who had not come out yet. Feng Zhiro caught sight of Feng Ruoqing and danced with joy. Russ. H. I. Plussing in front of her, she shook her hands as she said, and I actually refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. I didn't expect Yi Yuan, that punk, to really have a few tricks up his sleeves. He casually gave a few pointers, and I refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Now, I'm also an alchemy master. What? Yi Yuan gave you pointers? Feng Ruoqing asked in bewilderment. Yeah, he said that my cultivation law restricted my soul strength, so he told me not to refine with full strength. I followed his method and really refined a Tier 2 medicinal pill. Although what was refined is only the lowest Tier 2 medicinal pill, at least it succeeded. Yi? Where's Yi Yuan? Don't tell me he's not out yet. Feng Zhiro still had not sensed the unusual atmosphere and carried on talking by herself. Feng Ruoqing, W. A. and Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming exchanged glances and saw the wordless shock in each other's eyes. Casually gave a few pointers, and he could make Feng Zhiro advance to alchemy master. Just what kind of monster was this Yi Yuan? Right now, the Alchemist A.S. Association's training room was already packed with people. 2 spirit condensation realm martial artists stood in the center of the training room. They were the martial artists who would test this transcendent grade Tier 2 strengthening pill. Testing a medicinal pill's effects was a highly dangerous matter. That was because body knew what kind of consequence would result from eating the medicinal pill. However, testing a very mature medicinal pill, such as the strengthening pill, would not be too dangerous. Furthermore, the medicinal effects of a transcendent grade Tier 2 medicinal pill would only make someone stronger. It naturally would not cause any harm to a martial artist's body. These 2 martial artists were decided after an intense debate. One was called Cheng Hua, while the other was called Zhu Chang. Cheng Hua was at the 1st level spirit condensation realm, while Zhu Chang was at the 5th level spirit condensation realm. There was a difference of 4 minor cultivation realms between the 2 of them, which also meant a minor stage gap. This gap was huge. It was highly difficult to jump ranks and battle within the spirit condensation realm. It was because the difference was very large even between 1 minor cultivation realm, not to mention 4 minor cultivation realms. A Tier 2 strengthening pill, even if it was a high-grade Tier 2 strengthening pill, could not allow a 1st level spirit condensation realm martial artist to defeat a 2nd level spirit condensation realm even after the partial strengthening, unless the 2nd level spirit condensation realm stood still there for him to hit. However, body had ever tried a transcendent grade, tier 2 medicinal pills effects. Hence, as a precautionary measure, the powerful Zhu Chang was chosen to be the sandbag to avoid accidental injuries. Zhu Chang's mission was to stand there and take an attack head-on from Cheng Hua. Even so, Zhu Chang did not feel that Cheng Hua could hurt him. The difference between them was not something that could be breached using medicinal pills, even if it was a transcendent grade medicinal pill. Under everyone's eyes, Cheng Hua consumed the transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill, which Yi Yuan refined. Many people were envious of Cheng Hua. He was the first martial artist in the state of Qin to consume a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill. How's the feeling of eating a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill? Zhu Chang asked with a laugh. Cheng Hua, who initially had his eyes closed to sense the medicinal strength, opened his eyes and flashed Zhu Chang a smile. I am full of power. I'm attacking. Be careful, Brother Zhu. Zhu Chang also gave a laugh as he said boldly, come on. Even a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill can't compensate for the enormous difference in cultivation realms. Cheng Hua did not waste his breath and threw a punch. A single fist struck out, and then there was silence. Chapter 68. Off from a single fist. Chapter 68. Off from a single fist, Zhu Chang really became a sandbag. He was punched away, flying like one. Zhu Chang flew over 30 meters before he barely managed to stop. His face was pale like paper, and a line of fresh blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he suffered internal injuries that were not light. Cheng Hua looked at his fist, and then looked at Zhu Chang blankly. Did I really unleash that fist just now? Cheng Hua felt like he was dreaming. Just now, when the medicinal pill reached his stomach, he casually directed the medicinal strength into his right arm, following which he felt his right arm surged with a violent strength. This surging strength made him feel like he had to expend it. In accordance with the prior arrangement, Cheng Hua did not use any martial techniques, just a simple punch. But this simple punch managed to injure a 5th-level spirit condensation realm expert. Brother Zhu, are you okay? Cheng Hua did not have any intention of hurting anyone, but the fact was he had injured Zhu Chang. As still all right. Zhu Chang did not expect the strengthened punch to be so incredibly powerful to actually injure him. Of course, this punch did not cause him any substantial injuries. After all, Cheng Hua did not use any martial technique, so this strength naturally was not fully unleashed. The defensive might of a 5th-level spirit condensation realm was highly terrifying. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to harm a 5th-level spirit condensation realm, even if he ate medicinal pills. Yet now, Cheng Hua truly injured him. Currently, Zhu Chang was terrified. Luckily, just now, they stipulated not to use martial techniques. Otherwise, it would be hard to say if he could even stand up straight right now. Zhu Chang did not underestimate him just because he was a 1st-level spirit condensation realm. In fact, he already used the bulk of his essence energy to block. Cheng Hua injured him under this kind of stance. Quick, let Zhu Chang take this medicinal pill. And Ji Jinfu was the first to react. And the first thing he did was to treat Zhu Chang's injuries. A transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill is actually this horrifying. It actually allowed a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to injure a 5th-level spirit condensation realm. Son, Jianming muttered under his breath. This was his first time witnessing the might of a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill. That scene just now was too Astonies. I+ing. This was not some small-scale fight like back then with Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping. Cheng Hua and Zhu Chang were both spirit condensation realm experts. Wanting to jump ranks to battle was too hard. That's right. That's to say, if a first-level spirit condensation realm possessed such a transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill, they would be able to jump ranks to defeat a 5th-level spirit condensation realm expert under specific conditions. As for 4th-level spirit condensation realm, there's virtually no chance of survival under that blow. Just now, Sun Jiaming stated his lysis. After he finished speaking, Sun Jiaming also jumped in fright at his lysis. Ji Jinfu sucked in a cold breath. If this sort of medicinal pills could be S produced, then wouldn't cultivation realms become a joke? It was true that even with this medicinal pill, it would be very challenging for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to defeat a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. The effects of the strengthening pill was only partial strengthening and would not increase the martial artist's overall strength. Theoretically, it could let him kill a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. However, the required conditions were too harsh. It was virtually impossible in actual combat. But even so, the significance of a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill was too great. That was because once someone consumed such a medicinal pill, it would be possible for a 1st-level spirit condensation realm to jump ranks and challenge a 2nd-level spirit condensation realm, or even a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, it would become a common sight. If that happened, cultivation would indeed become a joke. A person trained bitterly to advance one minor cultivation realm, and it was inferior to other people that ate a single medicinal pill. Don't joke around. How can this sort of medicinal pills be S produced? Our state of Qin has been established for so many years and hasn't only this one transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill appeared so far. Sun Jiaming shook his head and said, Ji Jinfu thought the same as well. Yi Yuan was indeed monstrous, but it was most likely impossible to make him S produced transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills. However, at this moment Feng Ruoqing voiced out, both elders, don't forget, Yi Yuan is only at the 4th-level essence qi realm right now. And Ji Jinfu and Sun Jiaming trembled. That was right. Yi Yuan was only at the 4th-level essence qi realm. If he rose a few more minor cultivation realms, maybe even after crossing the threshold called spirit condensation realm, would refining transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills still be hard? Yin-yang separation flow technique at the legendary realm lowered the soul strength requirement to the minimum. Even if Yi Yuan's soul strength after advancing to the spirit condensation realm was insufficient to advance to alchemy master, would refining transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills not be like playing for him? Ji Jinfu suddenly realized that Yi Yuan held extraordinary significance to the entire state of Qin. That was because in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world, only he alone could refine transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pills. Ji Jinfu's face suddenly turned icy. The aura of a spirit condensation realm spread out, making everyone present feel tremendous pressure. All of you here listen up. Body is allowed to go out and spread about the matter of Yi Yuan refining a transcendent grade tier 2 medicinal pill today. Everyone swears a heavenly Tao oath right now. Chairman Sun, and I will supervise you all. Of course, you can choose not to swear, but I can't guarantee that you'll be able to walk out of the Alchemist Association. Ji Jinfu warned grimly. What? Heavenly Tao oath? You want us to swear a heavenly Tao oath? Based on what? Ji Jinfu's words immediately drew some people's ire. Heavenly Tao oath was different from ordinary oaths. Once a Heavenly Tao oath was sworn, one could not violate it for life. Otherwise, the heavens would smite them dead. Regardless of whether in the divine realm or in the lower realms, an body could go against a Heavenly Tao oath. Wang Yuan was also present. Currently, he was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. He originally came here today wanting to show off. Who would have thought that all the limelight would be S and T.C. head away by Yi Yuan alone? Wang Yuan did not expect that not only did Yi Yuan knew alchemy, but he was also even monstrous to such a degree. After watching the might of Cheng Hua's fist, he made the decision that he would definitely spread what happened today after he left. He believed that there would be many forces interested in Yi Yuan. But now, this plan fell through. And Ji Jinfu actually forced everyone to swear a Heavenly Tao oath. Zhu Chang, Cheng Hua, the two of you lead everyone in swearing the Heavenly Tao oath. And Ji Jinfu commanded. Yes, these two people belonged to the Alchemist A.S. Association from the start, so they obviously had to listen to and Ji Jinfu's orders. And Master, do I have to swear too? I won't spread it. Gritting his teeth, Wang Yuan opened his mouth to ask. And Ji Jinfu had long forgotten about this convenient disciple and did not expect him to jump out by himself now. So he said coldly, even Fenger and Qiyun have to swear. Are you more special than them? And Ji Jinfu was a genuine spirit condensation realm expert. Under his powerful pressure, Wang Yuan felt that his consciousness was about to collapse. I swear. Yi Yuan's words made and Ji Jinfu come to realize the truth. He was already thoroughly disgusted with Wang Yuan. If not for and Ji Donghai's face, he would definitely teach Wang Yuan a lesson. Just like that, under and Ji Jinfu's coercion, everyone swore a Heavenly Tao oath, except himself, Sun Jiaming, Feng Ruoqing, and Feng Jiro. Even though everyone was furious about this arrangement, body dared to come forward. This was a world where the strong reigned supreme, and the Alchemist A.S. Association was too strong. Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Chapter 69, Visiting Together. Early morning, the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion started their business as usual, except it remained deserted like before. Feng Sen sat on a wooden armchair and held a book as he leisurely read. He was bored out of his mind these past few days. He worked in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion for so many years, and it was always so busy that it made him dizzy. He constantly wanted to find time to relax. Now that he actually had free time, Feng Sen felt completely uncomfortable. His eyes were on the book, but his heart was not. What made Feng Sen curious was about young Master Yi Yuan. Yesterday, after he came back from the alchemist test, he was utterly exhausted. What medicinal pill did he refine to be so drained? What made him even more curious was that halfway through the night, Yi Yuan came out full of vigor. He even recovered most of his essence energy. Afterward, young Master brought Lure back to the Danwu Academy that very night. Did young Master get into trouble again and return to the academy to avoid a disaster? But young Master went to the Alchemist A.S. Association yesterday. He could not have turned the Alchemist A.S. Association upside down, right? The more Feng Sen thought about it, the more he felt it was so. With young Master's former personality, he could seriously do something like that. Did young Master get well for a few days and went back to his old habits again? Just as Feng San's imagination was running wild, several old men entered the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Even though the fragrant medicine pavilion's business had become slow, there were still some people coming and going. After all, they conducted business fairly. Feng Sen did not pay any heed to the few people who came in and continued staring blankly at the book in his hands. There were naturally attendants to take care of these small matters. "Are you the shopkeeper? The three of us wish to request an interview with Mr. Yi Hang about something. Please pa s the word," one of the old men said. Only then did Feng Sen gave him a glance lazily. But this glance made him jump in shock because the 3 stars on these 3 old men's chests were too blinding. 2 of the old men had red color badges on their chest, while the 3-star badge of the old man in the center was actually golden. 3 alchemy grandmasters came here together. The Alchemist A.S. Association would distinguish alchemists of the same star by using color. Blue as low rank, red as middle rank, and golden as high rank. In the entire state of Qin, only one person possessed a golden badge. That person was the Alchemist A.S. Association's Lord Chairman, Wu Daofeng. The ident one ties of the other 2 people were almost certainly Deputy Chairman W.A.N. Ji Jinfu and Deputy Chairman Sun Jiaming. The 3 major heads with the greatest weight in the entire state of Qin's alchemy world came forth together. What major event happened? Feng Sen hastily got up, went in front of the 3 to give a deep bow, and he asked respectfully, "This lowly one welcomes the 3 lords. May I ask why the 3 lords are looking for the owner?" "Oh, you know who we are." W.A.N. Ji Jinfu felt very pleased with Feng San's attitude. Feng Sen hurriedly said, "You must be joking, my lord. Even though this lowly one has never seen the 3 lords, I still have some knowledge. Who could don those badges other than the 3 lords?" "Ha ha, this shopkeeper is indeed very considerate. No wonder Mr. Yi Hang placed you in an important position. The 3 of us came here for Yi Yuan, and we wish to meet with your boss. Could you pa s the message?" W.A.N. Ji Jinfu was very courteous with his words, but Feng San's mind was blown. Recalling Yi Yuan's unusual action yesterday night, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. That rascal really acted up again. This time around, even Lord Wu Daofeng personally came to call him to account. Yi Yuan was poking a hole in the sky. Wu Daofeng had always been living a secluded life. Just how much trouble did that punk Yi Yuan cause to alarm this major figure? The drunken Star Manners issue already left them bruised and battered. Now there was the Alchemist A.S. Association. Did the heavens really want the fragrant medicine pavilion to perish? Wu Daofeng kept quiet all this time, but seeing Feng San S.P.A.C. out, he could not help asking, "Shopkeeper, is there any difficulty?" Feng San recovered from his stupor, and then he pulled a long face and said, "My apologies, 3 lords. Our owner entered a death seclusion a few days ago. I'm afraid he won't be coming out soon." After saying that, Feng San's heart palpitated and could not resist sneaking a peek at Wu Daofeng. He discovered that the 3 of them exchanged glances, which revealed a deep disappointment. Feng Sen was a little curious. Looking at the 3 of them, it did not look like they were here to confront, but if they did not come to confront about something, then why did the 3 of them come together? Feng Sen was utterly baffled. "Then, is your young master, Yi Yuan, around? We can also look for him." Right then, W.A.N. Ji Jinfu opened his mouth. Feng Sen felt a little guilty as he gave in. 3 lords, young master returned to the academy yesterday night. The 3 people exchanged looks again. W.A.N. Ji Jinfu shook his head and sighed. "Looks like that punk is intentionally hiding from us. How can that fellow Jiang Yunha, let Yi Yuan go after he returns to the academy. Wu Daofeng seemed to be pondering, but no one knew what he was thinking about either. After some time, he said, "Shopkeeper, don't let your imagination run wild. We actually came here today to deliver Yi Yuan's badge." He Pa-S, said the alchemist A.S. Association's test yesterday. "Since he's not around, then we will Pa-S the badge to you. I have to trouble shopkeeper to personally go down and deliver this to Yi Yuan's hands." When Feng sent her deliver badge, he immediately relaxed. So young master really became promising to have Pa-S said the alchemy apprentice test. At least the owner had a successor now. However, he quickly grew suspicious again. It was just a badge. Why would it trouble the three major heads of the A.S. Association to personally deliver it? Was delivering the badge a pretense, and finding the owner to discuss a major matter was the actual intent? Instead, thinking about it, there was only this possibility. After all, Yi Yuan was a junior. There was no way the three major heads would be dispatched. Although Yi Hang was not qualified yet because of the drunken star manners essence gathering pill, the entire situation in the capital had become abnormal. It was also understandable for these three major figures to come and find Yi Hang. After all, Yi Hang was also an alchemy grandmaster, an important figure in the capital. Connecting the dots, Feng Sen felt like he finally understood the other party's purpose of visit. He quickly said, no trouble at all. To be of service for the three lords is this lowly one's honor. I will go to the Dan Wu Academy right away and personally hand this badge over to young master. Jin Fu, give the badge to the shopkeeper. Wu Daofeng said calmly. Why don't we go down personally? In case. Jin Fu did not take out the badge right away and was somewhat hesitant. No need. The A.S. Association has never interfered with local affairs. We can't break this rule. With our status, it's not appropriate for us to appear at the Danwu Academy. Don't worry. In terms of alchemy, who can compare to the alchemist A.S. Association? Wu Daofeng said. Jin Fu's eyes lit up. Lord Chairman is still more foresight. This old one understands. Finest. Plussing his words. Jin Fu retrieved the badge, and then he handed it over to Feng San. He said, we have to trouble you, shopkeeper. However, please don't reveal this matter of you delivering the badge. Although this matter can't be hidden for long, every moment counts. Feng San was confused. It was just an alchemy apprentice badge. Why were these lords taking it so seriously? Was this not blowing things out of proportion? However, when his two eyes landed on the badge in Jin Fu's hands, they became wide circles as his eyes were involuntarily glued to the badge, only to see that two stars were sewn on that blue color badge. Isn't this an alchemy master's badge? Was there a mistake? Chapter 70, Denied Entrance. Chapter 70, Denied Entrance. What? You're saying that Yi Yuan Pa-S said the alchemy master test with his 4th level essence chi realm strength. Jiang Yunha had not lost his composure like this for a long time, but the news brought by Feng Ruoqing overwhelmed him. Yes, not only did he Pa-S the low-rank alchemy master test, he even refined a transcendent grade tier 2 strengthening pill during the test. Upon testing, a 1st level spirit condensation realm after consuming the pill would possess the strength to threaten a 5th level spirit condensation realm. Feng Ruoqing seemed like she would not give up until she shocked people to death with her words. Transcendent grade. Tier 2. Medicinal pill. F1st level spirit condensation. Realm threatening a 5th level spirit condensation realm. Jiang Yunha's brain short-circuited. What Feng Ruoqing said had completely said his understanding. Feng Ruoqing wanted to laugh watching Jiang Yunha lose composure in such a manner. She had been here at the Danwu Academy for several years, but had never seen Jiang Yunha in this state. Could it be that Yi Yuan was born with a powerful soul strength that already reached the alchemy master realm? After some time, Jiang Yunha finally asked, but Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "That's not it. His soul strength isn't that strong. It's only slightly stronger than the average person. He could refine a Tier 2 medicinal pill because he used the yin-yang separation flow technique." SSSS, yin-yang separation flow technique. Even if it's the yin-yang separation flow technique, isn't this a little too exaggerated? Truth be told, Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique has already reached the legendary stage. Even now, when Feng Ruoqing said this, she felt that it was inconceivable. Legendary stage. That by itself was a legend. It was virtually impossible to reach that stage. Even those old people who lost all their teeth in the Alchemist A.S. Association did not manage to train any alchemy technique to the legendary stage, let alone the even more challenging yin-yang separation flow technique. Jiang Yunha, who was already shocked until he was charred on the outside and tender on the inside, was shocked once more. He stared at Feng Ruoqing for some time before confirming that she did not lie. Just what lucky encounter did this Yi Yuan had? Isn't this too unbelievable? Feng Ruoqing seemed to be well prepared. He obviously won't reveal this sort of thing. But my guess is there should be an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan, and it's impossible for that person to be his father. The way I see it, this alchemist is definitely not limited to the Alchemy King realm. Jiang Yunha paced about to digest the news that Feng Ruoqing brought back. It seemed that Feng Ruoqing's guess should be the closest to the truth. Otherwise, it could not explain how Yi Yuan possessed such monstrous alchemic talent at such a young age. After a long time, Jiang Yunha said, "Such a figure is too terrifying. It's best to not provoke. It's just that I don't understand. Since Yi Yuan has such an incredible master, why would he come to the Danwu Academy?" Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said, "I also thought about this question. Most likely, it's to train his disciple. There is this possibility. D-A-M, and you said W-A-N-G, Jinfu and Sun Jianming, those two geezers, also knows about this. They definitely won't let Yi Yuan go. Come, let's quickly find Yi Yuan." As he was saying this, Jiang Yunha wanted to rush out. Feng Ruoqing smiled and said, "Relax, Dean. After returning to the academy, I'd already visited the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Yi Yuan has already returned to the academy during the night. Lord Chairman Wu Daofeng brought the two deputy chairmen in vain. Grand Master Yi Hang is also coincidentally in a closed-door seclusion, so the three of them returned empty-handed. Finally, they could only request the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper, Feng San, to deliver the badge to the academy." Jiang Yunha let out a huge sigh of relief. Laughing out loud, he then said, "Ha, to think old man Wu would actually be denied entrance. I think his face back then would have been very interesting. Yi Yuan must have definitely predicted this situation. That's why he rushed back through the night. It looks like his feelings for the academy is very deep. Since Yi Yuan's back at the academy, quickly bring him to see me. No, I'll personally go visit him." Jiang Yunha brought Feng Ruoqing to Yi Yuan's residence and did not alarm other people. Personally visiting a student with his status would definitely cause a huge uproar in the academy, except Jiang Yunha did not manage to meet with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan entered the training room after returning to the academy, but Jiang Yunhe saw Lu'er and Feng San at Yi Yuan's residence. However, they did not recognize Jiang Yunhe. Lu'er was very familiar with Feng Ruoqing, though. Teacher Feng is here to look for young master? Yeah. Didn't he come back yesterday night? Where is he? Young master said that he felt he was going to break through, so he entered a closed-door seclusion right away after returning. Shopkeeper Feng Sen didn't get to see him either. Jiang Yunhe was stunned. What breakthrough? This rascal was clearly hiding from everyone. It had only been a few days since he broke through to the 4th level Essence Qi realm. How could it be possible for another breakthrough so soon? Even though Yi Yuan's breakthroughs previously were indeed fast, but for every increment in cultivation realm in the Essence Qi realm, the difficulty would also become greater. How could it be so easy to break through from the 4th level Essence Qi realm to the 5th level Essence Qi realm? Furthermore, even if he broke through, his cultivation realm rose too quickly would inevitably affect future cultivation growth. This way of doing things was just not worth it. There was such a powerful teacher behind Yi Yuan. How could he possibly make such a low-level mistake? Hence, Yi Yuan must definitely be hiding from everyone. This brat caused such a huge upheaval, yet he hid himself and avoided meeting anyone. How irresponsible. Jiang Yunhe felt very depressed. He came to visit a junior with his status and was actually denied entrance. Just now, he was still laughing at Wu Daofeng. He did not think that karma would strike instantly, and it was his turn so soon. But one had to acknowledge that a closed-door seclusion was an excellent excuse. When martial artists were cultivating, it was taboo for them to be interrupted during closed seclusion. Even if Jiang Yunhe was the dean, he also could not casually interrupt Yi Yuan's closed-door seclusion. Feng Ruoqing did not expect this result either, and so she said helplessly, "Then, forgive our disturbance, Miss Lu'er. If Yi Yuan exits seclusion, could Miss Lu'er please tell him to look for the Lord Dean at the back of the mountain, Cloudwave Court?" Lu'er blinked her eyes and nodded, saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Feng. Lu'er will remember." Lu'er was naive and did not understand Feng Ruoqing's meaning. However, Feng San was proficient in the ways of the world. His entire body quivered when he heard this, and his eyes sneaked a peek at Jiang Yunhe. Initially, he only faintly felt how powerful this person was, but at this moment, he was able to guess Jiang Yunhe's ident. One time, Feng Sen did not expect the dignified Dan Wu Academy's dean would come to look for Yi Yuan personally. Recalling this morning where Lord Wu Daofeng also visited personally to deliver the badge, Feng San was incomparably shocked. Ever since he received the badge in the morning, Feng San knew that Wu Daofeng did not come to look for Yi Hang. They came to look for Yi Yuan, having been the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's shopkeeper for so many years, and, Body was clearer than him about what a 4th level Essence Qi realm alchemy master meant. The two most powerful, most influential big shots went so far as to personally visit his young master, who, watching Jiang Yunhe and Feng Ruoqing in the distance, Feng Sen let out a long breath. Young master Yi Yuan really could not compare with the past. He had already gone from a silpants to becoming a top genius in the entire state of Qin. Even major figures like Jiang Yunhe and Wu Daofeng were fighting to win over his young master. Oh, Lu'er, our family's young master Yi Yuan has finally become capable. Feng Sen sighed emotionally, but Lu'er pouted her lips, and she said with a smile, "Young master has already been amazing. It's just that you all misunderstood him in the past." Feng Sen looked at Lu'er speechlessly. Chapter 71. A Scheme. Chapter 71. A Scheme. It was true that Yi Yuan was hiding from everyone. However, he was really in a closed-door seclusion. Since his fourth-level Essence Chi realm cultivation had already been consolidated, he could not wait to increase his strength. Yi Yuan's essence energy was thoroughly exhausted in refining the Tier 2 medicinal pill. It was indeed an incredible burden on his body. Presently, Yi Yuan was recovering his exhausted essence energy in order to adjust himself to his peak condition. Following that, he planned to take transcendent-grade Essence Chi pills to break through to the 6th-level Essence Chi realm in one stroke. Of course, the amount of time required to break through to the 6th-level Essence Chi realm could not be compared with back then from the 1st-level Essence Chi realm to the 3rd-level Essence Chi realm. The second stage of the Essence Chi realm. Every time one's cultivation realm rose, the essence energy required also increased by a large quant. One Tai. Although Yi Yuan had sufficient transcendent-grade Essence Chi pills, he still needed time to digest them. In addition, what he trained in was the Spirit Bristle 9-Yang divine art, so the essence energy expended was several times of the average person. However, Yi Yuan was not in a rush. He had plenty of time. He will be in closed-door seclusion for a few days, first to let those people get busy and leave him alone. Jiang Yunhe was certainly very busy. After failing to meet Yi Yuan, he left the Danwu Academy. In reality, Jiang Yunhe had always been busy. He actually spent very little time in the academy, and Body knew what he went out to do. He happened to be back at the academy these few days and found out that such a dazzling new star rose within a month. However, Yi Yuan required time to grow, no matter how talented he was. After all, he was only at the 4th-level Essence Chi realm. As long as Yi Yuan was in the Danwu Academy, Jiang Yunhe need not worry about this genius running away. Since Yi Yuan chose the Danwu Academy, it was impossible for Wu Daofeng to come to the Danwu Academy personally to headhunt people. After making it through the initial shock and having thought through this part, Jiang Yunhe naturally had to get busy with his own matters. There was no way he would wait here specifically for Yi Yuan to exit seclusion. Yet at this time, Luer welcomed an unexpected guest. Someone who claimed to be a student from the Academy's General Affairs Department was looking for her. This junior apprentice sister is Luer. The student's attitude was very haughty. Luer was a little perplexed, but she still responded, "Yes, may I ask who this senior apprentice brother is? I'm a student manager from the General Affairs Departments. The name's Zhang Heng." "So it's senior apprentice brother Zhang Heng. I wonder if you are looking for Luer for something?" Although Luer was innocent, she was not dumb. This Zhang Heng would not find her for no reason, and looking at his attitude, it did not seem to be friendly. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, "Of course I'm finding you for something. Since you already said the entry advancement test and became the Academy's yellow rank student, why didn't you report to the General Affairs Department?" Luer was at a loss. She never knew there was such a rule. One still had to report to the General Affairs Department after becoming the Academy's student. "Please overlook it, senior apprentice brother. Luer has just been admitted, and there are still many things that I don't know. It's just, why must I report to the department after becoming a yellow rank student?" Luer asked neither haughtily nor humbly. Zhang Heng gave a cold smile and said, "Such a large Danwu Academy is accommodating for so many students. Are we just going to sit idle and eat? Since we became the Academy's students, we naturally have to help out in the Academy. Hence, all yellow rank students who said the entry advancement test have to do 1 month of miscellaneous tasks. This is the Academy's rule. You became the Academy's student, but instead of learning the Academy's rules properly, you even want other people to help you complete your miscellaneous jobs. Simply shameless." This Zhang Heng did not lie. There was really such a rule in the Danwu Academy, but it was a little too much to speak to a girl like this. Furthermore, Luer did not neglect work on purpose. She really did not know anything. She had only arrived at the academy for several days, so even if she was absent from work, it was not a big deal. Zhang Heng was obviously here to find fault. Luer did not feel anything about doing a month of CHOR, yes, except Yi Yuan was currently in a closed-door seclusion. If he exited seclusion and could not find her, he would definitely be worried. Can senior apprentice brother allow me to wait for a few days? My young master is currently in a closed-door seclusion, and if he can't find me when he exits, he will definitely get worried. After my young master leaves seclusion, I will definitely report to the general affairs. Luer requested cautiously. Who would have thought that Zhang Heng would rage after hearing that? What a joke! Who do you think your young master is? Is he bigger than the academy's rules? You've already delayed for several days. How many more days do you want to delay? Every new student will be recorded in the books, and they would have the initiative to do their job. Are you the only exception? Hearing Zhang Heng verbally insulted her young master, Luer was so angry that tears were pooling in her eyes. But she knew that young master still had one Yuan, an opponent in the academy, and so she did not want to cause trouble for him. Hence, she held back her tears and said, Luer requests senior apprentice brother to allow a few days' grace. I will definitely report there at that time, even if you arrange 2 months of CHORES for me, I won't mind. However, Zhang Heng did not seem to have any intention of being tender towards women. He smiled coldly and said, Anyway, I've already informed you. It's your call whether you go or not. But I will say the nasty things first. If I don't see you report at the general affairs today, then don't blame me for reporting this matter to the instructor. In accordance with the academy's rules, you can just wait to be expelled. Hearing the word expelled, Luer shuddered. Young master was currently like the noon sun. If she were expelled, then would it not make young master a laughingstock? That was definitely not a result that Luer wanted to see. Without question, this word struck Luer's weak point. Seeing Luer's restless look, a ruminating look could be seen in Zhang Heng's eyes. Her, what has it got to do with me after your young master comes out? It's because I know that he's in a closed-door seclusion. That's why I came to look for you and cause trouble. Zhang Heng was laughing coldly in his heart. Zhang Heng pretended to have lost his patience, turned around, and was about to leave. Looking at the situation, Luer did not dare to delay. She quickly called out, Wait, senior apprentice brother. I will go with you to the general affairs. It's just, can you let me leave a note for my young master? One had to acknowledge that Luer was overly innocent. She even thought that this Zhang Heng was an upright and outspoken person, which was why he came to find her. Who would have known that he was scheming and came to find trouble? If Luer secretly left a token or note, then Yi Yuan would know what happened. But now that she told Zhang Heng she wanted to leave a note, how could Zhang Heng allow her to do that? Zhang Heng said impatiently, If you are leaving, then just go. Why are there so many things? I'm leaving. Handle it by yourself. Finus. H.I.+ing. He really turned around and left. Luer hesitated for a moment and returned to the house to leave a note before going. Of course, Luer was not aware that Yi Yuan would not see her note. Yi Yuan was completely unaware of everything happening in the outside world. He was currently at the critical juncture of salting the 5th level essence chi realm. He threw transcendent grade essence chi pills into his mouth like they were sweets and continuously refined the medicinal strength with the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. The essence energy within his dantian became increasingly abundant, and he got closer and closer to the 5th level essence chi realm. Finally, Yi Yuan burst through the barrier in one shot, and he broke through to the 5th level essence chi realm. Hoo! At this rate, these essence chi pills aren't even enough. This stupid cultivation law is too voracious. This is still the essence chi realm, and the consumption is already multiple times greater than the average person's. Won't it be H-E-L-L at the spirit condensation realm? Old Dad might be rich, but even he can't sustain this torment. Yi Yuan watched the transcendent grade essence chi pills being sively depleted. He could not resist criticizing the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art. Chapter 72, Lin Tiancheng's Plan. Chapter 72, Lin Tiancheng's Plan. 2 days later, in a medicine garden behind a mountain, a young lady dressed in green was currently weeding. There were many dirt stains on the young lady's face, and her hair was also disordered. Sweat beads dripped down her forehead, and her clothing also was somewhat in tatters. She looked very pitiful. However, this young lady's face gave out a stubborn expression as she continued to grit her teeth and persevere. This young lady was precisely Luer, who was forced to come here by Zhang Heng. She had basically been slogging in the medicine garden for the past 2 days, without stopping. The formerly dainty and exquisite Luer was gone, and what replaced it was a haggard face full of exhaustion. Weeding was not a very tiring job for martial artists. Even if they did not rest or sleep for several days, they would not end up like this. However, weeding in the medicine garden was not such a relaxing job. The weeds in the spiritual fields were very deeply rooted because of nourishment from the thick heaven and earth essence energy. One had to utilize essence energy to remove them. Like this, weeding became hard labor. There was no one willing to do this job in the academy. Hence, they would let those newbies who just entered the academy do this sort of things. In reality, the majority of those doing these were commoners. The aristocrats just have to bribe a little, and they would be easily exempted. Zhang Heng used Luer avoiding her tasks as an excuse to arrange a much heavier workload for her compared to the others. Luer had virtually zero rest during these 2 days, but she only finished less than half of her workload. Due to her continuously expending her essence energy these 2 days, Luer's stamina was already depleted. That was why she appeared so fatigued. 2 youths were currently sipping tea and chatting in the small pavilion overlooking the medicine garden. They looked very pleased. Senior apprentice brother Lin, this junior apprentice brother can't bear to torment such a dainty and cute beauty like this. Zhang Heng shook his head and sighed. However, there was no trace of unwillingness on his facial expression. The youth sitting opposite him was precisely Lin Tiancheng, and finding trouble for Luer was something he single-handed engineered. In the Danwu Academy, there were very few heaven-rank students, and their status was extremely aloof. Generally speaking, the academy would not arrange for them to do anything specific. They just had to cultivate diligently. All of the CHORES in the academy were mostly handled by the Earth-rank students. Just like Zhao Chunyang, he was sent out by the General Affairs Department to stand guard over the scripture library. Hence, the authority of the department was actually quite significant. There were plenty of ways to mess with people. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the head student of the General Affairs Department was Lin Tiancheng. Apart from an instructor who did not involve himself too much, Lin Tiancheng's authority was the highest. Ever since he was humiliated by Yi Yuan at the illusionary spirit tower, and with Lu Ruoshui inciting things by the side, Lin Tiancheng started to resent Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was currently like the noon sun in the academy, so naturally he did not dare to seek Yi Yuan out. but it was not hard to find trouble with lure. 2 days ago, he heard that Yi Yuan happened to enter a closed-door seclusion, so he found a reason to send Zhang Heng over to find trouble with lure and instructed her to remove weeds in the medicine garden. Lin Tiancheng sipped his tea and smiled as he said, "Don't pretend to be a bodhisattva with me, as if I don't know you. I let you take charge of this medicine garden, and D knows how many girls you have harmed. Would you pity this young S? Hearing this, Zhang Heng laughed and said, "This is all thanks to Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's care. That's why, when Senior Apprentice Brother Lin came to look for me, I didn't say a word and just did it." Lin Tiancheng nodded approvingly and said, "At least you are sensible, punk. I'm very pleased with the way this matter was dealt with. You can do whatever you want with that chick. No need to give me any face." When Zhang Heng heard this, a trace of wickedness flickered across his eyes, and he asked, "Really?" "Of course it's real. I really want to see what kind of expression Yi Yuan would have after he exits seclusion, only to see that his maidservant was violated." Lin Tiancheng's eyes filled with hatred when he mentioned Yi Yuan. That day, at the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan made him completely lose face. Afterward, many students secretly spread about what happened that day, which greatly diminished his prestige among the Earth-rank students. This was the reason why he wanted to take revenge so badly. Zhang Heng was thrilled. "Since that's the case, then I, Junior Apprentice Brother, won't stand on ceremony. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin really gave this little brother a huge gift. Even though this girl is young, in terms of appearance, she is outstanding. It's just, I'm afraid that Yi Yuan would come to find me after exiting seclusion." Lin Tiancheng looked at Zhang Heng calmly and said with a cold smile, "No matter how powerful that Yi Yuan is, he's only at the 4th level essence Qi realm. You are at any rate a 9th level essence Qi realm. Are you still scared of him? If he confronts you, then just let him come. When that happens, give him a brutal beating. You can help me vent this frustration at the same time. By the time he grows up, you would have graduated already. Why be scared of him?" Zhang Heng gave heavy praises when he heard it. "Ha! It's still Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, who have great foresight. You've already considered everything. I'm somewhat looking forward to Yi Yuan's furious and exasperated expression now. Finus. Plussing, Lin Tiancheng and Zhang Heng exchanged glances and started laughing in unison. Lin Tiancheng was naturally unaware of Yi Yuan's performance in the illusionary spirit tower. He thought that he overconfidently challenged the Earth rank advancement test and ended up being instantly killed. He also thought that Yi Yuan had just barely made it past the black rank advancement test. Hence, the way he saw it, Yi Yuan at most had the strength of an 8th level essence Qi realm. Zhang Heng might be older, but he was already a veteran 9th level essence Qi realm, who similarly had the ability to jump ranks and battle. So it was obvious he could not lose to Yi Yuan. This seclusion of Yi Yuan lasted 4 days. Presently, the essence energy in Yi Yuan's dantian was surging as he impacted the 6th level essence Qi realm bottleneck repeatedly. Yi Yuan had already broken through to the 5th level essence Qi realm 3 days ago. After consolidating his cultivation realm a little, Yi Yuan continued eating transcendent grade essence Qi pills to impact the 6th level essence Qi realm. To him, there was not much difference between the 5th level essence Qi realm and the 6th level essence Qi realm. It was just how many transcendent grade essence Qi pills he needed to consume. Yi Yuan consumed transcendent grade essence Qi pills nonstop and repeatedly tempered the essence energy using the spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art. Finally, after consuming several hundred transcendent-grade essence chi pills. Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level essence chi realm in one stroke. Yi Yuan felt like his entire body was bursting with strength after breaking through 2 cultivation realms consecutively. A feeling of discomfort had arisen unless he used his strength. Revolving his essence energy, Yi Yuan struck out a palm. The air in the training room was compressed to its limits by the power of his palm and gave off a puff-puff, explosive sound. Boom! A large hole was dented into the wall of the training room. This big hole was way larger than the first time he used the stacking waves layered palm. It was an attack on an entirely different level. The walls of the training room were special. It could perfectly withstand a peak-level spirit condensation, realm martial artist's full blow. It could be seen just how terrifying Yi Yuan's attack power was to be able to smash such a large hole in the wall. Oh. If I enter the illusionary spirit tower again and use the 8th layer wave, I should be able to kill 3 black-robed martial artists, right? Hee. After I break through to the 7th level essence chi realm, I will go to the illusionary spirit tower to try it out. Yi Yuan looked at the big hole in the wall and muttered to himself. It should have already been 4 or 5 days. I wonder what happened outside. If I still don't go out, Luer will be worried. Time to exit seclusion. Chapter 73, Luer in Danger. Chapter 73, Luer in Danger. Luer bent down to pull out the weeds beneath the herbs. These weeds were incredibly stubborn. Each one would make Luer expend a great deal of strength to remove. Even so, Luer did not make any complaint these past few days. She did not wish to cause trouble for young Master, and did not want to smear dirt on young Master's face anymore. The first 2 days, Luer's weeding speed was still very fast, but the next 2 days, her speed suddenly fell. It was because the essence energy in her body was drained. Every now and then, Luer had to meditate for a while to recover essence energy. But this essence energy was used up again very quickly. Like this, her weeding speed became drastically slower. 2 days ago, she had already completed nearly half of it, but the next 2 days, she only finished 70%, and she was getting increasingly slower. Luer's stamina had already been overexhausted far too much. Her upper eyelid and lower eyelid had been trembling all these while. Only an obsessive thought compelled her forward. All of a sudden, a pair of feet appeared in Luer's sight. Luer's face lit up, and she could not resist lifting her head up to see. But she was greatly disappointed after looking up. The person who came was not young Master, but that hateful senior apprentice brother Zhang. Zhang Heng saw Luer's disappointed expression and smiled coldly as he said, "Why? Didn't see the person you wished to see?" Luer kept silent. Zhang Heng was very displeased with Luer's attitude and flew into a rage. "Humph! I signed you the task to get rid of the weeds, but you only completed 70% of it until now. Did you leave so much for me to help you do?" Luer wiped the sweat from her forehead, and she said weakly, I'm already working very hard. Just give me 1 more day, senior apprentice brother. I can definitely complete it. 1 day, I think even if I gave you 3 days, you also can't complete it. Such a small task, and you can't even complete it in 4 or 5 days. You must be slacking off. Zhang Heng snorted coldly. Luer hurriedly shook her head. I didn't. I'm really working very hard at weeding. Hee. I will naturally know whether you are working hard or not. It's useless for you to argue. To punish you for slacking, you have to weed another stretch of the medicine garden. Luer froze when she heard that. What? Weed another stretch of the medicine garden? You don't want to do it. If you don't want to do it, then fine. Go back, pack your stuff, and be prepared to get lost from the academy. Zhang Heng did not intend to show any sympathy towards a girl. But you already don't have any more strength to do, right? Zhang Heng suddenly smiled and said. Luer nodded feebly. If you don't want to do it, fine. But you have to promise me something. Zhang Heng suddenly changed the subject. Luer did not expect Zhang Heng to suddenly loosen up and naively thought that what he said was the truth. She asked him ecstatically, Is that true? Please say, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhang. A malicious smile suddenly appeared on Zhang Heng's face. Luer's face changed as she only just realized that Zhang Heng did not have any good intentions. As expected, Zhang Heng opened his mouth and said, I didn't think that Miss Luer was so astute. My condition is very simple. I just want Miss Luer to accompany me for one night, and that will do. How's that? Isn't this deal worthwhile? Luer was not a stupid person. She was just inexperienced and did not really know the ways of the world. Initially, she only thought that Zhang Heng was an unreasonable person. Now, it looks like he was simply a beast in human clothing. Perhaps he already decided and planned all these, which was why he repeatedly made things difficult for her. Pooh! So, you are this sort of filthy person. Watch me report you to the instructor. Luer said hatefully. Ha 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 ha. What a joke. You're just a newbie who refused to accept your senior apprentice brother's punishment. And because you harbored a grudge in your heart, that's why you slandered your senior apprentice brother. Why don't you tell me whether the instructor will believe you or me? Zhang Heng seemed to have expected it and laughed loudly. When Zhang Heng said that, Luer was stunned. Zhang Heng could manage the medicine garden for such a long time, which showed that the instructor definitely trusted him very much. Even if she went to complain, if Zhang Heng said that, the instructor might really think that she bore a grudge, which was why she defamed senior apprentice brother. You're a really despicable man. Luer was so enraged by Zhang Heng that her entire body was shaking as she pointed at his nose and yelled. However, Zhang Heng did not care at all. He smiled coldly as he said, Luer, just think about it. If your young master exits seclusion and hears that his maidservant was expelled right after being admitted into the academy, what kind of feeling would that be? Luer was stunned, and her body started to tremble involuntarily. Seeing Luer's expression, Zhang Heng was even more pleased. He continued saying, Your young master is currently the academy's favorite, but his own maidservant was chased out of the academy. In the future, as long as he stays in the academy, there would be people pointing and gossiping behind his back. They would laugh that he couldn't even manage his own maidservant. Taking advantage of Luer being scared out of her wits, Zhang Heng slowly moved closer to Luer. As he got closer, he continued saying, Even though I'm not as talented as your young master, I'm still a respected figure in the academy. You won't suffer from following me. How about it? It's just one night. As he was talking, Zhang Heng wanted to use his finger to lift Luer's chin. But Luer abruptly came round and immediately jumped away. Humph, you should just give up. Even if I die, I won't bring shame on young master. After she said that, Luer lifted her hand and slapped towards the top of her head. If this palm landed, the result would definitely be the pa s sing of a beauty. Zhang Heng also did not expect Luer to be so decisive and would rather commit suicide than yield. He immediately became furious. Although Luer improved amazingly fast when facing the 9th level Essence Chi realm Zhang Heng, she was still incredibly weak. Furthermore, her essence energy already depleted. How could she possibly succeed in committing suicide? Pa, who knew when a whip appeared in Zhang Heng's hands, which coiled around Luer's arm, sending her flying. Just like that, Luer went cross. Plussing out. Ah. Luer landed heavily on the ground and gave fled groan. Pa, another loss. H. Plus this lash landed heavily on Luer's Y streak immediately appeared on Luer's body and blood seeped through her clothes. La S. S who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. Wanna die? It's not going to be that easy. Zhang Heng was infuriated. If Luer really committed suicide, he also could not escape responsibility. He was going to graduate soon. He did not want to lose any integrity. Luer's actions were making him irritated. Luer shrieked, but she ignored the pain as she crawled forward, wanting to grab a circular blue object. Just as Luer's hand was about to close in on it, that circular blue object was stepped underfoot by Zhang Heng. Give me back the badge. Luer endured the intense pain and yelled. Zhang Heng feet at his feet and glanced at the blue item on the ground, and it was indeed a badge. 2 stars were embroidered on it. This was actually a low-rank Alchemy Master badge. I thought what this is. So, it's an Alchemy Master badge. I didn't think that you stole something so valuable after only a few days in the academy. Just with this, it's enough to get you expelled. Zhang Heng kicked the badge far away. He was apparently still unaware that Yi Yuan had already said the Alchemy Master test and officially became a low-rank Alchemy Master. Otherwise, even if he were to have an extra set of BLLS, he also would not dare abuse Luer like this. Looking at Zhang Heng desecrating young master's badge, the pain Luer felt was even worse than her physical pain. Tears finally trickled down uncontrollably. Looking at Luer's delicate and pitiful appearance, Zhang Heng could no longer hold back the beast inside him. He reached out and tore off a piece of Luer's clothing. Afterward, he grabbed Luer and dragged her to a corner, and he started to make his move to violate her in broad daylight. Chapter 74, Soul Guiding Incense. Chapter 74, Soul Guiding Incense. Luer! Yi Yuan exited and shouted for Luer, but there was no reply. Yi Yuan was very suspicious. Luer should have been waiting here for him to exit seclusion. Where did she go? Luer was very obedient. If there was really something, she should have left him a message. But Yi Yuan searched the place and did not find any clues. He also asked his neighbors, but nobody knew either. Zhang Heng was highly scheming. The time he picked happened to be lesson time, so basically all the students were at CLA. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion, so she did not have any mood to attend CLA. SES. However, it just happened to give Zhang Heng the opportunity to strike. Strange. Where on earth did Luer go? Don't tell me someone dares to kidnap people within the Danwu Academy. Yi Yuan sat down at the table and started conjecturing. Could Luer have gone to look for Tang Yu? In this place, Luer only had Tang Yu for a friend. Thinking of Tang Yu, Yi Yuan relaxed and was just about to leave to find Tang Yu when there was a knocking sound. Opening the door to take a look, who could it be except Tang Yu? Tang Yu saw Yi Yuan and was overjoyed. I figured that senior apprentice brother Yi should have also exited seclusion, so I came over to have a look. I didn't think that it would be so coincidental. Yi, why you are already at the 6th level Essence Chi realm? Tang Yu stared with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan's improvement was too outrageous. He had only broken through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm with the help of Yi Yuan's pills not long ago. A month ago, when Tang Yu met Yi Yuan for the first time, he was only at the 1st level Essence Chi realm. A month later, Yi Yuan was already at the same cultivation realm as him. Thinking of how Yi Yuan killed Choing with a finger, Tang Yu believed that if he fought with Yi Yuan could absolutely kill him in an instant. Tang Yu currently felt that the Yi Yuan in front of him was like a dragon that entered deep waters and then soared to the sky in one stroke. And, body could stop him anymore. While Tang Yu was immersed in his shock, he did not notice that Yi Yuan's facial expression did not look good. When Yi Yuan looked behind Tang Yu and confirmed that he came alone, his face turned ugly. He waved his hands and did not bother with Tang Yu's shock. Opening his mouth, he asked, "Why did you come alone?" Tang Yu was stunned and asked doubtfully, "If I'm not alone, how many people could there be?" Yi Yuan furrowed his brows. "Didn't Lu'er go and find you while I was in a closed-door seclusion these few days?" Tang Yu was alarmed, but he shook his head and replied, "No, I've also been busy these few days and did not see Lu'er. She also never came to find me." "Why? Did something happen to Lu'er?" Yi Yuan currently felt a little uneasy. "After I returned, I spent the entire time looking for her, but I couldn't find her. I have a bad premonition. I keep feeling that something happened to her. Maybe Lu'er was bored of waiting for you, and in a moment of playfulness, ran out to play. This is the Danwu Academy. Nothing should happen. Don't need to worry, Brother Yi." Tang Yu assured him. Yi Yuan gave a sigh and said, "I hope so." The house momentarily became silent, but the uneasiness in Yi Yuan's heart grew increasingly stronger. He suddenly stood up and said to Tang Yu, "Please return, Brother Tang. I'm still a little worried about Lu'er. I'm going to look for her." "I'll go too. There's a higher chance with two people searching," Tang Yu offered. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "No need. Just I alone will suffice." After he said that, Yi Yuan casually grabbed a piece of Lu'er's clothing and went out. Yi Yuan did not go around hunting aimlessly. He came directly to Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement room. After returning from the capital, not only did Feng Ruoqing had a cultivation realm breakthrough, her insights in the yin-yang separation flow technique also grew deeper. Yi Yuan was in a closed-door seclusion these past few days, so she naturally hid in the pill refinement room to practice the yin-yang separation flow technique. Feng Ruoqing was surprised when she saw Yi Yuan, but Yi Yuan did not give her a chance to speak. "I want to borrow your refinement room to use. Prepare a few ingredients for me." Yi Yuan casually threw Feng Ruoqing a piece of paper and directly entered the pill refinement room like this refinement room belonged to him. Yi Yuan's words were like issuing an order. Feng Ruoqing was very annoyed at his attitude, but surprisingly did not blow her top. That was because she had never seen such a frightening expression on Yi Yuan's face before. Feng Ruoqing was quick-witted and knew that something must have happened. Forget it. Who asked me to owe him?" Feng Ruoqing let out a faint sigh and really went to prepare the ingredients Yi Yuan needed like a maidservant. If other people saw the dignified state of Qin's head princess does this sort of thing, their jaws would drop due to the shock. Before long, Feng Ruoqing returned. The ingredients that Yi Yuan required were all ordinary stuff and were not difficult to source. It was naturally easy to obtain with Feng Ruoqing's status. Except, Feng Ruoqing was very curious about what Yi Yuan was trying to refine. The ingredients that Yi Yuan needed were not all herbs. There were some other items. Refining medicinal pills out of these ingredients were impossible. Passing the ingredients over to Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing could not resist asking, "There are quite a few that aren't herbs. What are you trying to refine with these ingredients?" Yi Yuan received the ingredients and answered indifferently, "You don't need to bother. Just watch. Start the fire." You're really treating me like a servant." Feng Ruoqing could not help losing her temper. This fellow had no respect for anyone. "If you're not helping, then go to one side. Don't hold me up." Yi Yuan's words grew icier. Not knowing the reason, Feng Ruoqing walked to the Red Lotus cauldron and helped Yi Yuan open up the earth fire. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan did not express anything. Right now, his heart was burning with anxiety. However, he knew that the more impatient he got, the more he had to keep calm and not lose his reason. The fire started, and Yi Yuan began to refine. This time around, the refinement was not earth-shaking. It was only a very simple-looking refinement method. But Feng Ruoqing had never seen this sort of method before. Without the process of preparing the herbs, nor the process of refining the medicinal essence, Yi Yuan directed the fire to temper the ingredients while looking very relaxed. After an hour, the result of Yi Yuan refinement appeared. It was a chalk-like item, except that its appearance was grayish-black. "What's this?" Feng Ruoqing asked curiously again. "Soul-guiding incense." This time around, Yi Yuan did not reject answering. It was just that when he talked, he let out a long breath. His rising and falling chest showed his current state of agitation. "Soul-guiding incense. What's it used for?" Feng Ruoqing had never heard of this thing before and asked inquisitively. Yi Yuan did not answer, but threw the soul-guiding incense onto the clothing that he brought along. After that, he waved a hand to draw a wisp of fire. Earth fire had an exceedingly high temperature. Luer's clothes were burned into a wisp of green smoke instantly. However, the miraculous thing was that the green smoke condensed in midair and did not dissipate. The next instant, the green smoke moved, and Yi Yuan moved as well. "Where are you going?" Feng Ruoqing asked bewilderedly, but Yi Yuan ignored her and ran out following that strand of green smoke. Feng Ruoqing bit her lips as she watched. After hesitating for a moment, she also followed. Chapter 75. Really want to kill someone? Chapter 75. Really want to kill someone? Luer used her remaining strength to struggle, but this weak struggle was futile and useless. Currently, her essence energy was drained. She could not even commit suicide. Luer became more and more terrified, and increasingly becoming weaker. If she were tainted by a fellow like him, she would rather die. "Pa!" Zhang Heng slapped Luer's face and spat as he said, "Little b****, TCH. You still aren't compliant when you are already like this? You're really asking for a beating." Luer suffered due to that slap, and one side of her face immediately swelled up. She laid there motionlessly as if she was resigned to her fate. Seeing the situation, Zhang Heng gave a nasty grin and said, "That's right. Much better now. Don't worry. After today, you won't be able to leave this senior apprentice brother." Ha ha ha. After saying that, Zhang Heng leaned over to carry out that B-E-S-T-I-A-L act. But right at this moment, all the pores on Zhang Heng's body stood on end. A feeling of danger came from straight ahead. Zhang Heng instinctively jumped away. An ice arrow grazed his face as it flew past. Luckily, his reaction was fast enough. Otherwise, that ice arrow would have already pierced through his throat. Withdrawing to the side, Zhang Heng broke into cold sweat. Who would have thought that this La S, who already did not have any strength to retaliate, could actually release such a powerful attack? However, Zhang Heng instantly became furious. Luer nearly killed him. Luer struggled to get up. Presently, her entire aura had changed drastically. Her entire body gave off an ice-cold feeling. This sort iciness seemed like it could even freeze the air. A layer of white frost covered Luer's hair, and her face also turned abnormally pale. Zhang Heng looked at Luer's transformation and chortled as he said, "So, it turns out that you have the 9 absolute meridian. You actually dared to cultivate essence energy with your 9 absolute meridian. You really can't tell life from death. Right now, the frost poison has burst forth. I will see how you suppress it." The sun was currently S.H.I. plus Ning brightly, but Luer felt as if her entire body was placed in an ice house. The frost penetrated the bone and sunk in deeply. This was the ultimate move of the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. Profound ice returns to dust. This move was a forbidden technique in the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul. When Yi Yuan was teaching Luer, he had informed her that unless she had no other alternative, she must absolutely never use it. That was because this move triggered the 9-yin absolute meridian, attracting the frost chi between heaven and earth into her body in exchange for a powerful strength temporarily. The name returns to dust meant that after using it, from ashes to ashes, dust to dust, it was a move to perish together with your enemy. Currently, Luer's Aura Sword Ma S. Sively, directly breaking through the 4th level Essence Chi realm threshold, past the 5th level Essence Chi realm, and finally stopping at the 6th level Essence Chi realm. The time Luer spent cultivating the Heaven Illusionary Ice Soul was still too short. Even though she improved at an amazing speed, her comprehension was not that profound. If the Spirit Snow Divine King was the one executing the profound ice returns to dust, even if she only had the strength of a 1st level Essence Chi realm, she would be able to directly raise her strength to the great circle of perfection of the Essence Chi realm. Although Zhang Heng was surprised at Luer's sudden rise in strength, he did not pay too much heed. The 6th level Essence Chi realm was still a minor stage lower than him, but he was currently livid because Luer nearly killed him just now, making him feel incredibly ashamed. That ice arrow also extinguished his L.U.S.T. Right now, what he wanted to do was to send Luer to the afterlife. Directly killing was a definite no-no. He would be punished by the Academy. But since this La S had the 9-yin absolute meridian, then he could not be blamed if she sought her own death. Die, Lecher! Luer grabbed the air with one hand. An ice arrow formed once again and shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng laughed coldly as he easily dodged it. This ice arrow might have a high attacking power, but what was the use if it could not hit the target? He was unprepared just now, which was why Luer's sneak attack almost succeeded. Now that they were fighting head-on, he naturally would not fall for it again. After all, Luer was not Yi Yuan. She lacked actual combat experience and could not control the sudden rise in strength. This sort of straightforward attack obviously would not cause any trouble for the powerful Zhang Heng. However, Luer did not care. Before she activated the profound ice returns to dust, she already had the will to die. Luer believed that even if she could not kill this guy, young master would take revenge for her. Trying to deal with me with these sort of attacks? You're underestimating Earth-rank students' strength too much. Zhang Heng said with a mocking face. Humph! 1,000 illusion hail! Luer cried out as her 2 hands formed a round shape. Very swiftly, countless stones formed between her hands. Pus! H.I. Plussing both palms out, a hailstone shot towards Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng was astounded. He did not think that Luer's attacks would continue without end. This hailstone was an area of effect attack. Zhang Heng's speed was fast, but he was still struck by many hailstones. But the attack power of this hailstone was much weaker than the previous ice arrow. Coupled with Zhang Heng's powerful essence energy protection, these sort of attacks were unable to cause any real damage to him. Humph! Don't blame me for courting death. La S. Snake Shadow Whip. Zhang Heng's whip technique was very skillful. The whip shot towards Luer from a highly tricky angle. Right now, Luer knew that she was not Zhang Heng's match, and her heart already held the will to die. She did not evade this whip at all. A sneer suddenly appeared on Luer's face. Noticing this, Zhang Heng was startled, only to see that Luer's hands moved at high speed, and she actually formed multiple ice arrows in an instant. Luer did not defend at all. She was actually going to make both parties lose. Zhang Heng did not expect Luer to not fear death to such an extent. He did not want to die, so he swiftly pulled back his whip and whirled his whip around. Very soon, the ice arrows were twirled into broken pieces. His strength exceeded Luer's by far too much, and his combat experience was also much richer. For Luer to injure him head-on, it was harder than trying to reach the heaven. After Zhang Heng shattered the ice arrows, he struck with his whip once more. Luer's attack just now had already exhausted all of her essence energy. Right now, she could no longer continue, so she just gave up defending and closed her eyes to wait for death. Young master, in future, Luer can no longer be at your side to serve you. You have to take good care of yourself. 2 clear streams of tears fell and froze into ice beads. Zhang Heng was aware that Luer did not fear death, but he did not expect that Luer looked forward to death so much that she just stopped defending. He did not hold back on this move. If he hit Luer, then she was dead for sure. The attack was already released, and Zhang Heng could no longer stop it anymore. Just as he watched it about to land on Luer, a force shot out from diagonally. Chi. The force actually directly broke the soft whip. Zhang Heng was horrified. Although his soft whip was not a magical artifact, that attack just now filled the inside of the whip with essence energy. It could pierce straight through a person, and yet it was broken with one move by someone. Who's there? You're really despicable to dare to ambush me. Zhang Heng howled. A youth dressed in azure clothing glided over and landed beside Luer. He did not even spare a glance at Zhang Heng. Picking up Luer, he took out a medicinal pill for her to eat. Luer, young master came late. Luer opened her eyes wearily and saw that it was Yi Yuan. A trace of light recovered within her eyes. Don't talk. Watch by the side. Young master will stand up for you. As he spoke, Yi Yuan's words grew frostier. Yi Yuan supported Luer to the sides, and then he stood up straight and shouted, "Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die." Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Chapter 76. The Strong Breaks the Rules. Right now, I really want to kill someone. Anyone who stops me will be my enemy. I will not give up until you die. Yi Yuan's words were directed toward Feng Ruoqing. He knew that Feng Ruoqing also came. If Feng Ruoqing makes a move, it would be impossible for him to kill Zhang Heng. This was a warning. And, Body responded, but this was already a sort of tacit consent. Zhang Heng burst out laughing like he had just heard a hilarious joke. Ha ha! Kill me? You're that Yi Yuan, right? Just you, a 6th level essence chi realm. Wants to jump ranks to kill me? You two, master and servant, are equally unable to gauge your strength. Yi Yuan did not show any reaction and said coolly, "Are you acting on your own? Or is there somebody instigating you? Speak, and I will spare your life." Yi Yuan had no connections with this Zhang Heng. It was even more unlikely for Luer to provoke anyone, so he did not believe that Zhang Heng would force Luer to such a desperate situation for no reason whatsoever. Just now, Zhang Heng recognized Yi Yuan immediately with a glance. This further confirmed his conjecture. What a joke! You, a 6th level essence chi realm, are so king arrogant. You think that after sing the Black Rank Advancement Test and increasing your cultivation realm, you have the capital to challenge veteran Earth rank students? Spare my life? Why don't you try for me to see? Although Zhang Heng was astonished by Yi Yuan's advancement speed, he did not feel that he could threaten him. He was 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan, and they were separated by a minor stage. This sort of difference in power was not so easily bridged. Zhang Heng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But who among those who could enter the Dan Wu Academy and become an Earth-rank student was not a genius among geniuses? Yi Yuan sighed, and he said calmly, "One really can't communicate with an imbecile. Since you don't want to talk, then I will beat you until you do." Yi Yuan did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and executed stacking waves layered palm. 8-layer wave. Humph. Reckless punk. You dare to look down on me and only use one hand. Zhang Heng naturally would not fold his hands and await death. He threw his weapon aside and also used his bare hands. Prajna palm. Zhang Heng raised his hands to unleash a high-rank martial technique. Zhang Heng had spent a great deal of time and effort on this Prajna palm and trained it to the great success stage. Furthermore, he struck out with both palms together, so the amount of essence energy used was much greater. Zhang Heng curled the corner of his mouth, as if seeing the image of Yi Yuan being heavily injured. 3 palms collided, but the events did not play out as Zhang Heng imagined. He felt a colossal force coming from the Yi Yuan's palm, which immediately Pa-S said through his 2 hands and spread throughout his entire body. Pooh! Zhang Heng gave U-F, fled groan, and blood sprayed out wildly from his mouth. His entire body flew out like he was heavily struck. "Now, will you talk?" Yi Yuan continued speaking calmly, without any trace of emotion. The palm that Yi Yuan unleashed in anger was the 8-layer wave. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. This was a palm technique that could even finish off a first-level spirit condensation realm, and Zhang Heng chose to receive it head-on foolishly. There would be no justice if he did not die, but Yi Yuan deliberately held back on this move and only heavily injured Zhang Heng. The intention was to find out who was the mastermind. Yi Yuan took 2 steps forward and walked to Zhang Heng's side. Looking down on him, he asked icily, "Now, will you talk?" Pooh! Zhang Heng coughed up another mouthful of blood. Right now, his arms were broken, and his internal organs also suffered extremely serious injuries. He looked incredibly wretched. If he did not receive medical treatment, he would soon die without Yi Yuan needing to move. Talk. Talk my *SS. Ha, ha, ha. If you have the ability, then kill me. The Dan Wu Academy's rules state that students cannot kill one another. Come then, kill me. Zhang Heng's blood stained his teeth as he laughed miserably. Yi Yuan looked at Zhang Heng pitifully, and he said coldly, Rules are only used to restrict mediocre people like you. A true powerhouse will break all the rules and establish his own rules. Someone like you can only live under other people's rules forever. How pitiful. Ha ha ha. Who doesn't know how to brag? If you have the B-A-L-L-S, then try breaking the rules for me to see. A 6th level essence chi, realm punk, talking nonsense about breaking the rules. What a joke. Zhang Heng clearly did not believe that Yi Yuan dared to go against the Academy's rules. That was because in the Academy's history, all those who broke the rules were sentenced to death, except for that person. Is that so? Then I will break the rules now, except you won't be able to see it. Yi Yuan raised his hand again, and essence energy hovered faintly within his palm. At this moment, Zhang Heng could clearly sense the killing intent coming off of Yi Yuan. To Yi Yuan, Lu'er was one of his closest loved ones, and Zhang Heng dared to force her until she used the profound ice returns to dust. Even his death was insufficient. In his precious life, Yi Yuan did not have the ability to protect his loved ones. In this life, he was set on never letting his loved ones come to harm. But he did not expect to encounter something like this. Yi Yuan's self-condemnation had already set his fury. This palm slapped downwards without any hesitation. Zhang Heng no longer doubted Yi Yuan's determination. I'll talk. I'll talk. Don't kill me. I was only under someone's instigation. Zhang Heng finally could not withstand the pressure and hurriedly shouted. Talk. Yi Yuan did not S-H-I plus FT his palm. He was waiting for Zhang Heng's answer. I'll talk, but you have to promise not to kill me. Otherwise, I'd rather die than say. Zhang Heng painfully made his decision and threatened him. Is that so? Then bring it with you inside your coffin. Yi Yuan channeled his palm strength and moved a little closer to Zhang Heng. Don't. I'll talk. It's senior apprentice brother Lin Tiancheng who instructed me. I was only obeying him. He's the head student of the General Affairs Department, so I can't disobey him. Junior apprentice brother Yi, I beg you, let me go. I will definitely help you testify against Lin Tiancheng. D knows where Zhang Heng got the strength from to manage to crawl up and grab hold of Yi Yuan's leg as he cried out. Good. You can die now. Yi Yuan's palm struck down, and Zhang Heng died without even making any sound. Regardless of whether he was obeying others or not, he deserved to die 10,000 times over just for forcing Luer to such a state. Lin Tiancheng? Yi Yuan thought for a moment and recalled who this Lin Tiancheng was. He did not think that it was actually such a minor character that made Luer end up in such a sorry state. If he knew this beforehand, he would have taken preventive measures. Right at this moment, Luer's movement alerted Yi Yuan. He quickly rushed over to Luer. Luer already had no more strength to stand up. She was currently crawling forward. Luer, what are you doing? If there's anything, just tell me. I will do it for you. Yi Yuan shouted as he rushed over. Luer continued moving forward bit by bit, and finally crawled in front of that blue color badge. She reached out to grab that Alchemy Master badge and held it against her chest as if that blue badge was her everything. Yi Yuan hurriedly picked up Luer. After Luer got the badge, she could finally no longer hold on and fainted, except she still had a hint of a smile on her face, looking completely satisfied. Looking at the object in Luer's hand, he could not help feeling his heart ached. An insignificant badge to him was cherished so deeply by Luer. Thank you, Luer. Let's go home. Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Chapter 77. Have you all thought things through? Why did you have to do that? According to the Academy's rules, killing fellow students is the death penalty. Feng Ruoqing gave a faint sigh as she revealed herself and blocked Yi Yuan's path. Yi Yuan stopped, and then he retorted, if Feng Zhiro ended up like this because of someone, what would you do? Feng Ruoqing was speechless. The answer was obvious. Those people were sentenced to death because they weren't talented enough. If they had sufficient potential and had adequate strength, I think the Academy would not kill them, but instead heavily nurture them, right? Yi Yuan said indifferently. Yi Yuan's words were sufficiently arrogant, but what he said was logical and natural. Regardless of whether it was his past life or this life, Yi Yuan could look down proudly on all the pinnacle geniuses under the heavens. Just imagine how great of a genius he was to have been hailed as the one most likely to break through to the Alchemy G.O.D. realm in the divine realm, where geniuses were as many as oxen hair. Now that he transmigrated and lived once more, why would he give a S-H-I plus T about this tiny state of Qin? Feng Ruoqing remained silent for a while, but she still nodded and said, it's like you said. In reality, there are still people who weren't killed, but instead became heavily groomed by the Academy. 5 years ago, a shockingly dazzling figure appeared in the Academy, but because his brother was bullied by someone, he killed a student in a fit of rage. The outcome was that not only did the academy not dole out punishment, but he was also groomed heavily. Haha, sure enough. Then what are you worried about? Don't tell me I'm inferior to him? Feng Ruoqing shook her head and said slowly, because you aren't killing only one person. Just a bunch of trash. If they're killed, then they're killed. Yi Yuan could not care less. Anyone who dared to touch the people he treasured dearly would have to be prepared to be killed. A tiny little Lin Tiancheng. If he was killed, then he was killed. What else could they do? But I've heard of this Lin Tiancheng before. He's a half-step spirit condensation realm. Even though you advanced amazingly fast, are you his match? If you won, then that's fine. But if you lost, some people would not let you off so easily. Yi Yuan shook his head and did not explain anything. He just said Luer over to Feng Ruoqing. If you treat me as a friend, then just help me take good care of Luer. Feng Zhiro did not know why, but when she heard these words, she felt delighted in her heart. Yi Yuan was clearly her student. Was it not strange to be friends? But why was it so natural? I'm your teacher. Feng Zhiro put on a solemn face and said. Yi Yuan waved his hands like he was not willing to get tangled up on this question. Support Luer up. I'm going to help her suppress the frost poison in her body. Otherwise, she might not survive the night. Feng Ruoqing obeyed and lifted Luer up properly. Yi Yuan then rapidly struck over a dozen points on Luer's body. After that, he lifted up her palm and transferred his own essence energy over. In terms of extreme yang and strength, the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art that Yi Yuan cultivated was a cultivation law which pushed them to the extremity. When compared to his cultivation law, the cultivation law Feng Zhiro trained in was like a small witch meeting a great sorcerer. Yi Yuan's essence energy was incomparably thick, making it perfect for suppressing the 9 yin frost poison. But this could only treat the symptoms and not the root of the problem. A 9 yin divine link meridian was an innate 9 yin absolute meridian. Once the frost poison erupted, it would be like an ice black hole, automatically sucking all the surrounding cold qi into the body, extremely terrifying. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan's essence energy was, it could not contend with the heaven and earth coldine power. It could only temporarily suppress the frost poison in Luer's body. After Yi Yuan withdrew his hand, Luer's face became rosier, but she was still unconscious. I'll leave Luer to you. I'm going to kill some people. After saying this, Yi Yuan turned around and left. The entrance of the General Affairs Department was a rather busy place with streams of people coming and going. Yi Yuan stepped past the doorway, but was stopped by 2 students. What rank are you? What's your purpose of coming to the General Affairs Department? One of the students questioned him. They did not stop everyone they saw. A single look, and they could tell Yi Yuan did not appear friendly, and that something was wrong. That was why he was stopped. To kill people. Those 3 words casually popped out from Yi Yuan's mouth, sending a chill down the backs of the 2 students who heard it. Are you joking? The Danwu Academy forbids students from privately committing murder. Are you trying to violate the Academy's rules? This student was also at the 6th level Essence Chi realm, but under Yi Yuan's pressure, his essence energy showed signs of becoming unstable. I don't have time to joke with you. Where's Lin Tiancheng? Ask him to come out and die. Senior apprentice brother Lin, were you hit on the head? Quickly leave. If you still don't go, then we won't be courteous. The other person was slightly better, and he just wanted to chase Yi Yuan away. A 6th level Essence Chi realm talking nonsense about wanting to kill a half-step spirit condensation realm expert. If his brain were not damaged, then what was it? Yi Yuan simply ignored these 2 people and directly forced his way through between the 2 of them. These two people were in charge of guarding the entrance, so they naturally could not let Yi Yuan in like this. Hence, they used all of their power to try to stop Yi Yuan. Boom. Their hands did not even touch Yi Yuan before they were sent flying a long way out by the essence energy Yi Yuan released, which automatically opened up a pathway. Even though they were similarly at the 6th level essence chi realm, the difference was too huge. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was multiple times that of the same realm. How could these two people possibly be Yi Yuan's match? As someone's causing trouble, stop him. Quick! Notify senior apprentice brother Lin. One of the students was very dedicated to his job. After landing on the ground, he ignored the pain on his body and shouted loudly. The activity outside alarmed the people inside. Now that he shouted like that, the students who just came out immediately knew what happened. An 8th level essence chi realm student came up to stop Yi Yuan. He rebuked angrily. Who are you? How audacious! Do you know what place this is to actually dare to cause trouble here? Yi Yuan did not bother with him and continued walking forward, courting death. Seeing Yi Yuan's supercilious attitude, that student immediately raged. He forced his way forward, wanting to teach Yi Yuan a lesson. Yi Yuan casually unleashed a palm, and that student flew out, landing heavily against the wall before he stopped. See, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan clearly only had the strength of a 6th level essence chi realm, but a casual palm had such power to send an 8th level essence chi realm flying. It was very obvious that Yi Yuan already showed mercy. Otherwise, that 8th level essence chi realm student would be a dead man right now. Stacking waves layered palm. He's Yi Yuan. Right then, someone in the crowd recognized Yi Yuan's palm technique, and he immediately deduced Yi Yuan's ident. There was only one person who could casually unleash the stacking waves layered palm within the Danwu Academy, and that was Yi Yuan. Other than him, even head senior apprentice brother Long Tang could not do it. Quickly inform senior apprentice brother Lin. Say that Yi Yuan came to the General Affairs Department to make trouble. Let's stop him together. I don't believe that so many of us can't even handle a 6th level essence chi realm. A student who seemed to be a student manager shouted out. As expected, the others also perked up after his speech. That's right. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he was still only one person. Many among them were 8th level essence chi realm, and quite a few were at the 9th level essence chi realm. How could he defeat so many people? Yi Yuan swept his gaze across everyone, making everybody shuddered. Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan asked calmly. Chapter 78, Despicable Lin Tiancheng. Chapter 78. Despicable Lin Tiancheng. The Danwu Academy's General Affairs Department was segmented into the inner court, middle court, and outer court. The outer court was where students received jobs. The middle court was where the student managers of the General Affairs Department managed work. The inner court was where important figures dealt with businesses. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was in the inner court, signing tasks to the student managers. All of you quickly handle the matters that I just instructed. Supervision of newly admitted students has to be reinforced. Make them obey submissively. If anyone causes trouble, then just directly suppress them. There's no need to be polite. Lin Tiancheng was issuing orders to a bunch of people with the air of someone of the upper echelon. Yes, senior apprentice brother Lin. We will do it right away. Finus. Plussing. Several people turned around and left. Boom, boom, boom. A frantic knocking was heard. Senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. Something bad has happened. Outside the door, a student kicked up a racket, making Lin Tiancheng frown. Lin Tiancheng had always been very strict with the rules. People at the lower levels had never dared to cause such a ruckus when entering. Today, there was actually someone who collided head-on with the tip of the spear. Creak. The door was opened by a student manager who reprimanded angrily. What's the commotion about? Don't you know that senior apprentice brother Lin is busy? Is your skin itching for a whipping? That student ignored him and just went around him, crying to Lin Tiancheng, senior apprentice brother Lin, something bad has happened. That Yi Yuan is currently causing a commotion outside the department. Senior apprentice brother, who went up to stop him, but was sent flying with a slap. He even said, when Lin Tiancheng heard Yi Yuan's name, his face immediately fell. Looks like he found out about Luer being bullied by Zhang Heng, and the flames of fury attacked his heart, which was why he came to the General Affairs Department to cause such an upheaval. Thinking of this, Lin Tiancheng gave a cold laugh. Do you all just eat rice and do nothing? Just a 4th-level essence chi realm managed to frighten you all until this manner? That Hu Tai is also a trash to be sent flying with a single slap from a 4th-level essence chi realm. Senior apprentice brother Lin, Yi Yuan, He isn't only at the 4th-level essence chi realm. Not only 4th-level essence chi realm? Don't tell me he really entered closed seclusion to break through to the 5th-level essence chi realm? Also not the 5th-level essence chi realm. That student shook his head like a rattle drum. Looking at this appearance, Lin Tiancheng became infuriated. Can you not talk like you are out of breath? Just what's Yi Yuan's strength? He can't have been in a closed-door seclusion for a few days and reached the 6th-level essence chi realm, right? This time around, that student's head was like a chicken pecking for rice as he nodded nonstop. That's right. Yi Yuan is already at the 6th-level essence chi realm. What? Including Lin Tiancheng. All the student managers in the room were astonished. They were, of course, aware of what strength Yi Yuan possessed. Around 10 days ago, Yi Yuan had just made Lin Tiancheng lose face greatly. Back then, he was still at the 4th-level essence chi realm. Just a mere 10 days, or so had Pa S said, and Yi Yuan was already at the 6th-level essence chi realm. He jumped from the 1st-level essence chi realm to the 3rd-level essence chi realm, 4th-level essence chi realm to the 6th-level essence chi realm could also be jumped. Just what was happening to this world. The crux was that not only did Yi Yuan increase his cultivation realm extremely fast, his strength also improved by leaps and bounds. Did they not just hear what this punk said? He sent Hu Tai flying with one slap. Hu Tai was an 8th-level essence chi realm, and he could not even take a hit. Would that not mean that Yi Yuan possessed at least the strength of a 9th-level essence chi realm? After the shock, Lin Tiancheng's face grew darker. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would have the power to threaten him so fast. It looked like it was already hopeless for Zhang Heng. Humph, just 6th-level essence chi realm. You are all veteran Earth rank students. Don't tell me every one of you are scared of a 6th-level essence chi realm. Are you all even Dan Wu Academy students? You go out and tell them to attack together. If they can't even restrain a 6th-level essence chi realm, then what does the General Affairs Department need them for? Lin Tiancheng shamelessly used the people outside as his S.H.I. plus ELD. Lin Tiancheng was not really scared of Yi Yuan. But if he could use those people outside to diminish Yi Yuan's battle strength, then why not? Have you all thought things through? Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'm only looking for Lin Tiancheng alone. Are you all sure you want to be accomplices? Yi Yuan took a step forward. The students outside the department were affected by his aura and retreated a step in unison. Yi Yuan took another step forward, and the crowd stepped back once more. A 6th level essence Qi realm managed to force a group of 7th and 8th level essence Qi realm students back. If this were spread outside, there would no longer be a need for the General Affairs Department to exist. Right at this moment, the student who went to report to Lin Tiancheng just now rushed back. Senior apprentice brother, Lin, said to attack together and take him down first. He's just at the 6th level essence Qi realm. If you all can't deal with this, then what do we need you for? If you all can't take down Yi Yuan, then forget about working in the General Affairs Department in the future. Once these words were out, everyone's faces changed. Lin Tiancheng had always lived up to his words. He would really replace all these people. Most of these Earth rank students had no hope of advancing to the Heaven rank, so they stayed here to do some work and fish for some benefits. If they did not work here, then they could possibly end up doing manual labor. That was obviously a result they did not wish to see. Fine. I don't believe that so many of us here can't take care of a 6th level essence Qi realm. Everyone attack. Everybody gathered, surrounding Yi Yuan in the center. Yi Yuan did not stop them and let them surround him. Finally, these people could no longer resist attacking Yi Yuan. From the front, an 8th level essence Qi realm student stabbed his sword towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached out and flicked a finger. That long sword immediately flew out of his hand. Another slap, and that 8th level essence Qi realm was sent flying. At the same time, a palm attack came from the back. It was like eyes were growing behind Yi Yuan as he evaded it by slightly plus-ing his body. Then he slammed his arm backward, and that person also went airborne. For some time, the surroundings were filled with attacks, but body was able to really threaten Yi Yuan. Not only were they unable to pose any threat, Yi Yuan even moved forward as he fought. He was about to push past the outer court. People could be seen flying continuously out of the group, surrounding Yi Yuan and landing heavily on the ground. In a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan broke past these people's defense and said through the outer court. The majority of these people were at the 7th level essence Qi realm and the 8th level essence Qi realm. To the current Yi Yuan, there was completely no threat. Where his palm wind reached, a series of wailing sounded. The outer court was strewn with people lying on the ground and crying out shrilly. Yi Yuan did not stop. Grabbing a sword, he advanced inside like that with the sword in his hand. Entering the middle court, another group of people surrounded him. These people were the student managers of the General Affairs Department. Each one of them was like Zhang Heng, all existences of the 9th level essence Qi realm. 9th level essence Qi realm was the pinnacle of existence in the essence Qi realm. It represented the apex of the essence Qi realm. Their strength was also much stronger than the 8th level essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan would not care about a single person, but there were around 7 or 8 people now. They would not be a minor force anywhere. Yi Yuan looked at them and smiled coldly as he said, "You guys are really loyal dogs." Wherever Lin Tiancheng points to, you guys would strike there. My words still remain the same. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I only want to kill Lin Tiancheng alone. If you want to be a dog, then you'd better be prepared to get beat up. Chapter 79. You don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Chapter 79. You don't have the heart of a powerhouse. What a joke. In the Dan Wu Academy, and, oh, Body has ever dared to harp on about killing someone. I think you must be F asterisk King B. ALLSY. Everyone found it extremely comical to see Yi Yuan behave so arrogantly. One could fight in the Dan Wu Academy, and could also arrange for a death match. But Body had ever dared to talk about killing someone in such a dignified manner. The way they saw it, Yi Yuan was obviously posturing and wanted to use this sort of threat to force them back. Yi Yuan adjusted his sword in a showy manner and said coldly, "Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. I'll just have to beat up the guard dogs before going to beat the owner." With those words, Yi Yuan did not hesitate and then charged into the group with his sword. Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was executed, and his entire being became a series of afterimages as he said through these people. These student managers were all at the 9th level Essence Chi realm, apart from heaven-ranked students and a half-step spirit condensation realm like Lin Tiancheng. They were virtually undefeatable existences in the Dan Wu Academy. But at this moment, they made a woeful discovery. They could not even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Yi Yuan's body moved elegantly like countless falling petals, completely traceless. These student managers were, after all 9th level Essence Chi realms, 3 minor cultivation realms above Yi Yuan. Wanting to defeat them was not so simple. Yi Yuan could naturally use brute force to deal with these people, but he did not wish to reveal his trump card too early. In the entire academy, apart from Feng Ruoqing, who saw him use the 8-layer wave to kill Zhang Heng just now, and, Body was aware that he could use the 8-layer wave. Lin Tiancheng was ultimately a half-step spirit condensation realm. There was almost a major cultivation realm between him and Yi Yuan. It would not be a good thing if he got to know of his trump card beforehand. Using the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword to deal with the enemies could conserve essence energy and also numb his opponent. So why not? Even though Yi Yuan's flames of fury was soaring to the sky right now, he did not lose his reason. If he did not even have this shrewdness after living 2 lifetimes, then it was all wasted. The Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was created by imitating falling flowers. It paid particular attention to flowing with the wind naturally and elegantly, very economical on the usage of essence energy. Of course, the Falling Flower Floating Zero sword was not without weaknesses. The drawback was insufficient attack power. But in this sort of situation, Yi Yuan did not require much attack power. He made use of the elegant and nimble movements to give these students some injuries every now and then. As time passed, their combat power dropped drastically. My arm. My leg. The curdling screams carried on incessantly. Unwittingly, many injuries had appeared on these student managers' bodies. Just what kind of a freak is this guy? 6th level Essence Chi realm, and he is this powerful. Stop. We admit defeat. That's right. Quickly stop. We surrender. One person was the first to speak, and everyone else's spirit immediately collapsed. Everyone quickly laid down their arms and surrendered after breaking through to the 6th level Essence Chi realm. It would be tough for Yi Yuan to find an opponent in the Essence Chi realm anymore. Yi Yuan obviously would not slaughter everyone in a frenzy. Seeing that these people had the intention to back away, he threw down the sword in his hand indifferently and headed inside to the inner court. Grabbing a student doing CHORES in the inner court and forcing him to lead the way, Yi Yuan went to where Lin Tiancheng was. Yi Yuan kicked the door wide open with a leg, but the room was already empty and Lin Tiancheng could not be seen anywhere. The back window was opened. Clearly, Lin Tiancheng escaped from here. Yi Yuan laughed coldly and took out a stick of soul-guiding incense. He came to the table and casually took up a book to burn. The soul-guiding incense became a wisp of green smoke and went with the wind. A martial artist's divine soul was powerful and would leave behind the scent of their soul in places where they frequently stopped by. The soul-guiding incense could differentiate these soul scents and track him down. When powerful martial artists were fleeing, they would conceal the scent of their soul. Hence, the use of the soul-guiding incense was not great. In his past life, Yi Yuan only found it fun, so he researched it a bit. But Lin Tiancheng evidently did not know how to hide the scent of his soul. It was useless no matter where he fled to. Yi Yuan's performance truly astonished Lin Tiancheng. 7 to 8 ninth level essence chi, realm martial artists, were defeated just like chopping vegetables. Although he did not believe Yi Yuan could really defeat him, at the very least, Yi Yuan already possessed the power to fight with him. Lin Tiancheng was one of those typical examples of people who bullied the weak but feared the strong. So he chose to run away. Yi Yuan had already wholly overturned the General Affairs Department. As long as the instructors found out about this matter, he would definitely be expelled. Hence, he had no need to fight it out with Yi Yuan. Right now, he was going to the back of the mountain to tattle to the instructor. What a brainless fellow. So what if he's a genius? Isn't he still screwed over by me, Lin Tiancheng? Being pleased with himself, the smile on Lin Tiancheng's face could not be concealed no matter what. Lin Tiancheng, who was gloating, did not notice that a wisp of green smoke spun a few rounds above his head, which then disappeared. The next moment, Lin Tiancheng's smile froze on his face. That was because his path ahead was blocked by someone, and that someone blocking him was precisely that hateful Yi Yuan. How was this possible? How did he know that I was here? Yi Yuan just stood in front of him coldly, without even hiding his killing intent. Unknowingly, fear started to take place in Lin Tiancheng's heart as he looked at Yi Yuan's expression. Yi Yuan, don't push me too far. Do you really think that I'm scared of you? Lin Tiancheng was livid, trying to use this to cover up his guilt. Aren't you the one who forced me? Congratulations. You've succeeded in infuriating me. And the price for that is your life. Yi Yuan spoke slowly, without any trace of emotion. Ha ha, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Don't tell me that you forgot what this place is. The Dan Wu Academy has never tolerated students killing students. Violators are sentenced to death. Do you wish to go against the Academy's rules with your own strength? Lin Tiancheng guffawed. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, You're really the same as that guy in the medicine garden, treating the Academy's rules as your protective talisman. It's because something like the Academy's rules that you guys dared to touch my people, right? Hearing Yi Yuan's sigh, Lin Tiancheng suddenly felt a chill arise from the bottom of his heart, and the ominous feeling in his heart would not go away. What did you do to Zhang Heng? Don't you know the answer already? Yi Yuan replied calmly, as if he did something not even worth mentioning. Lin Tiancheng was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and cried out in shock, Why, you really killed Zhang Heng? You really dare to kill people? Are you insane? You'll be put to death. Ha ha ha. You are dead, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan let out another sigh and said, So weak. All you talk about is the Academy's rules. No wonder you kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. It's because you don't have the heart of a powerhouse. Lin Tiancheng trembled. Yi Yuan's words directly struck his trauma and exposed his weakest area. You think that you're very exalted being the head student of the General Affairs Department. In reality, it's displaying your weakness. How many of the students, Hupa S, said the Earth rank advancement test came out of there? I came to kill you, but you made your subordinates become your fodders. Finally, you flee without fighting. You don't even dare to fight once. You want to tell the instructor that I'm causing a commotion at the general affairs, right? You are basically a coward. Someone like you would never become a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan's words were like a heavy hammer, striking Lin Tiancheng's spirit one blow after another, leaving him short on breath. Chapter 80, Battling Lin Tiancheng. Chapter 80, Battling Lin Tiancheng. Shut up. A puny 6th level essence chi realm dares to talk P about being a powerhouse in front of me? What a joke. Lin Tiancheng finally lost it and dismissed Yi Yuan's words. Is that so? Then what are you scared of? Quickly come and finish off me, this puny 6th level essence chi realm. Yi Yuan words were filled with countless mocking. Humph! You think I can't detect such a low-level goading action? Fine. I will do as you wish today, and let you witness what a true expert is. Finus. Plussing Lin Tiancheng's half-step spirit condensation realm aura was released and smashed towards Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng was not stupid. His biggest advantage was cultivation realm, so he obviously had to make good use of it. A spirit condensation realm could rely solely on his realm's pressure to make an essence chi realm's essence energy slow down and become stagnant. Although his half-step spirit condensation realm could not fully unleash the pressure of a spirit condensation realm, it already had quite a bit of power. Spirit condensation realm was actually compressing the essence energy within the dantian to its limits, achieving the realm where the ACCU Mulat Chi becomes liquid. It was a one-time advancement of the body's essence energy. Hence, regardless of whether in terms of quant, 1, tie or quality, a spirit condensation, realm's essence energy greatly surpa, S, said that of normal essence energy, wanting to defeat a spirit condensation realm with the strength of essence energy was an extremely tough thing to do. One either required extremely powerful martial techniques to bridge the difference in cultivation realm or use heaven-defying medicinal pills to compensate for the difference in power. But regardless of the method used, the prerequisite was that this method was able to compensate for the difference in power between an essence chi realm and a spirit condensation realm. The so-called half-step spirit condensation realm meant that the martial artist was in the process of liquefying their ACCU Mulat Chi and already partially had the power of a spirit condensation realm. The power of a half-step spirit condensation realm was already sufficient to crush any essence chi realm martial artist. Lin Tiancheng was pretty talented. He could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago, but had always suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. However, his comprehension was still a little lacking, so he had been unable to advance his martial techniques mastery. Hence, he had no way of jumping ranks to defeat the 5 black-clothed spirit condensation realm martial artists. After all, he was only half-step spirit condensation realm. There was still a very large gap compared to a true spirit condensation realm. Seeing Lin Tiancheng used his cultivation realm suppression to deal with him, Yi Yuan laughed coldly. Trying to use cultivation to suppress me? It's a shame that your cultivation realm is too low. If a 3rd-level spirit condensation realm and above used this move to deal with him, it would really be troublesome. But a half-step spirit condensation realm doing it was basically trying to scratch an itch through one's boots. Yi Yuan fully released the essence energy in his body right then, and his aura sword, plussing Lin Tiancheng's aura back. Only an instant had said, and these two people's auras were matched with each other's. Neither of them was able to do anything to the other. This was originally a noisy place, and now many students gathered to gawk. When they saw that Yi Yuan's aura was evenly matched with Lin Tiancheng's aura, they were stunned speechless. No way! Is that Yi Yuan really only at the 6th level essence Qi realm? Absolutely. He can actually be evenly matched with senior apprentice Brother Lin under the suppression of cultivation realm. This is too sick. Doesn't this mean that his power's no less than a half-step spirit condensation realm? That should be it, theoretically. But doesn't that mean that even though Yi Yuan is only at the 6th level essence Qi realm, the thickness of his essence energy was already not inferior to a half-step spirit condensation realm? Isn't this too ridiculous? Of course, this was not a joke. The thickness of Yi Yuan's essence energy was really terrifying. Since the start of 1st level essence Qi realm, the essence energy that Yi Yuan consumed during cultivation was several times of others. Under the ACCU emulation of so many realms, the density of Yi Yuan's essence energy was already pretty impressive. That was why he could stand up to Lin Tiancheng in terms of aura. The density of essence energy was not about having a large reserve, but rather having the purity of essence energy, which greatly surpa S said that of the same realm. As an example, Yi Yuan and some other 6th level essence Qi realm executed the same martial technique. Other people required 1 unit of essence energy, while Yi Yuan only needed 1/3 of a unit or even a 1/5. This was why Yi Yuan was powerful. Seeing Yi Yuan not losing in terms of aura, Lin Tiancheng's expression became extremely ugly. Since he could not suppress Yi Yuan using cultivation realm, Lin Tiancheng could only fight directly with him. However, Yi Yuan knew an abnormal martial technique, like the stacking waves layered palm. A moment of lapse, and it would be serious injuries, possibly even death. At this moment, Lin Tiancheng naturally would not naively believe that Yi Yuan would have any qualms about some rules. This was a life and death match. Humph. So what if your aura is strong? Today, I will let you witness just what a half-step spirit condensation realm is. Thunderous fist. Lin Tiancheng's punch struck towards Yi Yuan. There were even traces of electricity on the fist. It was precisely a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique, which Yi Yuan saw in the scripture library. The thunderous fist, the power of a superior grade Tier 1 martial technique, unleashed by a half-step spirit condensation realm, was truly terrifying. Although this punch did not smash towards them, the surrounding students similarly felt enormous pressure, let alone Yi Yuan, who was receiving it directly. Senior apprentice Brother Lin's thunderous fist is really scary. I'm afraid it's already trained to the great success stage. Yeah, even though that punch wasn't aimed at me, I still feel short of breath now. He's really worthy of being the strongest in the Earth ranking. How frightening! Yi Yuan's really straining himself. At any rate, senior apprentice Brother Lin is a half-step spirit condensation realm. How could he be defeated so easily? Listening to their conversation just now, it's actually a death match. Just what kind of deep hatred do they have with each other? Even if they really killed the other party, they also can't escape the Academy's punishment. Why do you care so much? Since there's a show, just watch. It won't implicate you anyway. Yi Yuan also felt the pressure coming head-on while facing Lin Tiancheng's lightning attribute martial technique. A half-step spirit condensation realm was indeed powerful. Yi Yuan did not choose to clash head-on with Lin Tiancheng, but decided to evade instead. Yi Yuan's feat S.H.I. plus feated and executed instant flash Vanis. H.I. plus ing in a blink of an eye, leaving behind an afterimage where he was initially at. Lin Tiancheng's punch was halfway there when he saw this. He laughed coldly and said, "Afterimage? Humph. Paltry tricks. 7-star steps." Lin Tiancheng also disappeared halfway. Low-grade Tier 2 martial technique. 7-star steps. Yi Yuan's in danger. That's right. Tier 2 martial technique is too much of a bully. The crowd exclaimed in shock. 7-star steps was a low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, while Instant Flash was only a middle-grade Tier 1 martial technique. The difference between the two was enormous. Tier 2 martial techniques were mostly employed with spirit condensation, realm's essence energy. The effects were naturally different from Tier 1 martial techniques, which were activated with essence energy of the essence chi realm. Even if Yi Yuan's Instant Flash had already transcended the boundaries of Great Circle stage and reached the Breaking Illusion stage, it was still inferior to a Tier 2 martial technique. After all, the grade of Instant Flash was too low. Yi Yuan revealed himself, and at the same time sensed an extreme danger coming from the back. Having no time to think, he used Instant Flash once more and vanished on the spot. However, that sense of danger did not fade and kept latching on him like a parasitic maggot. Only now did Yi Yuan realize that he underestimated Lin Tiancheng. The strongest among Earth ranks was not for a laugh. His power was already bordering close to Heaven rank and was much stronger than the average first-level spirit condensation realm. Judging based on the illusionary spirit tower standards, Lin Tiancheng could most likely finish off 4 black-clothed martial artists with only a narrow margin away from Pa-S. Sing the test. Chapter 81. Unfavorable Situation. Chapter 81. Unfavorable Situation. Come on. The General Affair Department's head student, senior apprentice brother Lin, and that genius Earth rank student who's recently in the limelight, Yi Yuan, started fighting. There's going to be a great show to watch. Yi Yuan, isn't he only at the 4th level essence chi realm? Senior apprentice brother Lin was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm a long time ago. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? Are you stupid? Didn't Yi Yuan enter a closed-door seclusion a few days ago? He exited seclusion and is already at the 6th level essence chi realm. What? Closed seclusion for a few days and 6th level essence chi realm? That fellow is seriously a freak. But even if he's at the 6th level essence chi realm, he couldn't possibly be senior apprentice brother Lin's match, right? Who knows? I also just heard from other people. There seems to be some great enmity between the two of them, which provoked Yi Yuan so much so that he wants to kill senior apprentice brother Lin even knowing the academy's rule. There's such a thing? Come, let's quickly go look. The news of Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng's death match quickly spread throughout the entire Danwu Academy. 2 students debated over it for a while in a corner of the academy, and then they rushed over to watch the show. But their discussion reached another person's ear. Wan Yuan just happened to be nearby, and when he heard these 2 people's conversation, a hint of a cold smile flashed across his face. He did not think that Lin Tiancheng was so daring to actually directly provoke Yi Yuan to violate the academy's rules. Now, no matter whether it was Yi Yuan who killed Lin Tiancheng or Lin Tiancheng who killed Yi Yuan, he could sit there and enjoy the fisherman's gains. Previously, he let Lu Ruoshui goaded Lin Tiancheng on, and that fellow really fell for it. Lin Tiancheng was narrow-minded. Just by sowing discord slightly, he became jealous and hated Yi Yuan. Wan Yuan was still having a headache these 2 days, as Yi Yuan's improvement became increasingly faster. Not only was he reaching Wan Yuan on the martial path, he completely crushed him on the alchemy path. Who would have thought that Lin Tiancheng directly provoked Yi Yuan? After listening to the 2 people's conversation, Wan Yuan was excited but was also shocked. Yi Yuan went into seclusion and was at the 6th level essence chi realm after coming out. He could Pa-S S through the black rank advancement test at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Didn't that mean that Yi Yuan could already completely crush him with his current strength? Just a month plus. A month plus, and Yi Yuan and his position had totally flipped over. A month ago, he could easily crush Yi Yuan. A month later, Yi Yuan was already an existence that he looked up to. Preposterous. Just what the H-E-L-L happened. Wan Yuan was so aggrieved. Nothing made someone sadder than being stepped underfoot by somebody they looked down upon. Bringing along this grievance, Wan Yuan also headed over. He really wanted to watch the sight of Yi Yuan being killed by Lin Tiancheng, or Yi Yuan killing Lin Tiancheng and then being sentenced to death by the Academy. Lin Tiancheng's 7-star steps was already trained to the small success stage. It was just a little bit faster than Yi Yuan's instant flash. H. Plus currently, Yi Yuan was already forced into a perilous situation by him. If he were careless and got hit, then there would probably be no chance for victory. The thunderous fist belonged to the lightning attribute martial techniques category. It similarly leaned towards attack power and even had a numbing effect. The moment he got hit, Yi Yuan would basically no longer have the strength to retaliate. In terms of speed, Yi Yuan could not shake off Lin Tiancheng. In terms of attack, Yi Yuan had already lost the initiative now. He was currently in an extremely defensive situation. Haha, run. Keep running. I love this sort of catching mice game the most. Overconfident punk. I thought you were very powerful. So, you only have this bit of ability? Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly as he chased Yi Yuan. Lin Tiancheng seemed like he had the strength to spare. Yi Yuan appeared once more, and Lin Tiancheng appeared beside him at almost the same instant. The thunderous fist directly struck Yi Yuan's chest. However, this time around, Yi Yuan unexpectedly did not run away. He raised his right hand like lightning, and essence energy in his palm spread out. Stacking waves layered palm. For layer wave. Boom. One fist clashed with one palm, and the two people clashed and flew backward. Lin Tiancheng's body only flew backward almost 7 meters, but Yi Yuan flew for 10 meters. Very clearly, Yi Yuan had the lower hand in this clash. Lin Tiancheng stabilized his body and laughed coldly as he said, "So, you actually mastered the stacking waves layered palm for layer wave. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." However, this stacking waves layered palm can only deal with Essence Chi realms. To handle me, you have a long way to go. Right now, do you feel like your hands are going numb and your essence energy isn't circulating properly? Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Lin Tiancheng laughed wildly without stopping. Just now, Yi Yuan was still talking rampantly about the heart of a powerhouse, but now he was suppressed by him. This made him very gleeful. Lin Tiancheng admitted that Yi Yuan was a genius. But so what if he was a genius? Did he not still lose to him? This feeling of cruise. Plussing geniuses was simply satisfying. Yi Yuan's right hand became a little numb, and the circulation of essence energy also became somewhat stagnant. This thunderous fist indeed had a well-deserved reputation. It was actually on par with the 4-layer wave. Of course, Lin Tiancheng still had to give credit to his cultivation realm to be able to rely on the thunderous fist to draw with Yi Yuan. Half-step spirit condensation realm was no joke. It was almost a major cultivation realm higher than Yi Yuan. In the past, it had always been Yi Yuan who used speed to crush his opponent. He did not expect that he would be completely suppressed by Lin Tiancheng in terms of speed today. Without the advantage in speed, he had no way of attacking with his full power. Lin Tiancheng would not give him the chance to strike. The situation was very unfavorable. Yi Yuan secretly revolved his essence energy to purge the lightning attribute essence energy entwined in his palm in order to relieve his numbed state. How could Lin Tiancheng give him this opportunity? Trying to relieve the numbness? Are you treating me as a 3-year-old kid? Die. Right at this moment, Lin Tiancheng moved again. The 7-star steps was executed, and he crossed the several meters distance, arriving in front of Yi Yuan. Boom. Another exchange, and the two people separated once more. This time around, Lin Tiancheng only retreated around 6 meters, while Yi Yuan backed over a dozen meters. It was apparent that after being affected by the numbness in his right hand, Yi Yuan's disadvantage grew even greater. Lin Tiancheng did not plan on giving Yi Yuan the chance to catch his breath. After adjusting his breathing, his thunderous fist struck out once more. Just like that, one heavy punch after another, Lin Tiancheng's advantage grew even greater. Sigh. Yi Yuan's improvement is quick, but he overestimated himself. I also know that Lin Tiancheng, he is, after all, a half-step spirit condensation realm and known as the strongest student in the Earth rank. Yi Yuan wants to challenge him at only 6th level Essence Chi realm. Isn't this just asking for it? In a pavilion, Zhuo Bugue was complaining. Standing by his side was Long Tang. He was naturally also alerted to such a major event. I think Yi Yuan isn't such a reckless person. He might have some cards to play. Long Tang frowned as he watched the battle far away. However, Zhuo Bugue did not agree, and he said, "What other cards could he have left? I admit that he's truly a top genius that only appears once every 50 years. He even Serpa, SESU, and me, and he actually mastered the 4-layer wave. But even his 4-layer wave can't handle Lin Tiancheng. What other moves could he have left? Such a pity. Too bad." Long Tang's brows furrowed even tighter. His view was the same as Zhuo Bugue. He really could not tell what other resort Yi Yuan possibly had. Regardless whether it was speed or attack, he was completely suppressed. A defeat was set. However, he did not know why, but he just felt that Yi Yuan had other cards he had not yet shown. Chapter 82, Appearing to be Weak. Chapter 82, Appearing to be Weak. Is that so? Really? You also have the same feeling as me? This Yi Yuan is truly a genius, but he's too short-tempered and impatient. I reckon this has to do with his sudden rise. Zhuo Bugue's words poured on unceasingly, but Long Tang seemed to pay no heed. The two of them seemed to have formed a tacit agreement. Every time they met, they would chat in such a manner. Perhaps what you said is right, but looking at last time when he underwent the death match with Fei Qingping, this Yi Yuan is somebody who plans first and then takes action. He definitely wouldn't rush to his death so carelessly. Long Tang was still very insistent. "Sai, I say, why are you so stubborn? Why don't we bet on it? I've been salivating over your spirit essence pill for a long time." Zhuo Bugue still behaved sloppily. "A bet?" Long Tang looked at Zhuo Bugue with probing eyes. "That's right, a bet. Don't you think that Yi Yuan has some trump card that could save the situation? We'll bet on their victory and defeat. How's that?" Zhuo Bugue met Long Tang's eyes openly without hiding his desire for the Spirit Essence Pill in the slightest. Spirit Essence Pill was a Tier 2 medicinal pill that the Dan Wu Academy awarded to Long Tang. It could increase the success rate when a spirit condensation realm martial artist was impacting a minor realm's bottleneck by 70%. To the Dan Wu Academy's geniuses, this sort of medicinal pill was undoubtedly a miracle pill for breaking through realms. Geniuses like Long Tang and Zhuo Bugue already had a much higher chance of breaking through bottlenecks when compared to other people. With the help of the Spirit Essence Pill, breaking through cultivation realms was virtually settled. Even for a major bottleneck, from the third-level spirit condensation realm to the fourth level, the spirit essence pill also had a 40% effect. One could see just how powerful this medicinal pill was. However, the spirit essence pill was extremely rare even in a place like the Dan Wu Academy. It was seldom awarded to students. It was because Long Tang became rank 1 on the Martial Roll of Honor that the Academy awarded a spirit essence pill. He could never bear to use it, and did not think that Zhuobuguai had been eyeing this for a long time. Long Tang looked at Zhuobuguai and suddenly smiled. "Fine, I'll bet with you, but what do you intend to use as a bet?" Long Tang used the spirit essence pill as the bet, so Zhuobuguai naturally also had to take out something of equivalent value to bet. Zhuobuguai was a little surprised by how quickly Long Tang agreed. He even thought that Long Tang would not have agreed, so he purposely used words to spur him on. He did not expect him to really agree. "Ha ha, since you are so straightforward, I also can't be too stingy. During the previous endless trials, I was fortunate enough to obtain a peak tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core. How's that for a bet?" Zhuobuguai laughed loudly, giving the feeling like his scheme had worked. Hearing this, Long Tang's face changed color. "I didn't think that you had something so good. A peak tier 2 sharp-horned beast's inner core is naturally enough." A peak tier 2 sharp-horned beast was equivalent to a peak spirit condensation realm human martial artist, but its combat power was much greater than a human martial artist of the same realm. It was very difficult to hunt and kill this demonic beast if one was not a crystal formation realm martial artist. Sharp-horned beast inner core could be used to refine tier 2 and above medicinal pill, so it was obviously worth a fortune. Zhuobuguai smirked and had a proud look as he said, "I didn't think you, Long Tang, would be clever all your life, but stupid this once. Your spirit essence pill will soon be mine." "Ha ha ha. Just look at Yi Yuan. He probably can't even lift his right arm now. Am I right? What does he have?" Zhuobuguai was talking halfway before abruptly stopping. It was because right at this moment, an unexpected change occurred between Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan's fight. Lin Tiancheng clashed with Yi Yuan 8 times consecutively. He had absolute upper hand, while Yi Yuan's right hand was almost crippled already. Lin Tiancheng gave a cruel smile and unleashed another thunderous fist. But meanwhile, Yi Yuan could not even lift up his arm. Lin Tiancheng seemed to have seen the scene of a rising genius becoming a cripple under his fist. Yi Yuan appeared to have no moves left, and under the situation where his right arm could no longer move, he lifted his left arm. Yi Yuan's left palm struck out and clashed once more with Lin Tiancheng's thunderous fist. Everyone thought that Yi Yuan was definitely dead this time, but under their astonished eyes, Lin Tiancheng's body flew backward for several dozen meters. Pooh! Lin Tiancheng directly spat out a large mouthful of blood in midair, staining his clothes red. E8-layer wave. Just now was that. 8-layer wave. How is this possible? He only used a month's time to comprehend the 8-layer wave. Is he still human? This fellow completely doesn't belong in the scope of humans. Simply monstrous. Even if senior apprentice Brother Long were standing in front of him, he would be ashamed of his inferiority. Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave caused an uproar among the surrounding onlookers. Everyone was talking about it. Stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. That martial technique, virtually impossible to comprehend, was grasped by Yi Yuan in a month. Who knew what they would think if they knew that Yi Yuan had already comprehended the 8-layer wave back when he killed Fei Qingping? It was not that Yi Yuan wanted to be beaten up, but rather Lin Tiancheng was really too strong. If Yi Yuan had displayed the 8-layer wave from the start, Lin Tiancheng definitely would not clash with him. The moment Lin Tiancheng was on guard against it, Yi Yuan would not cause much threat to Lin Tiancheng, even if he used the 8-layer wave. In the end, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low. 16 times the unleashed power of a 6th-level essence Qi realm was indeed enough to kill a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist. But Lin Tiancheng was not yet a dead person. Being hailed as the strongest in the Earth ranking, Lin Tiancheng was not some scrub like Zhang. How could someone hail as the strongest in the Earth ranking within the Danwu Academy, where geniuses were like clouds be a good-for-nothing? Yi Yuan already noticed this when he matched up with Lin Tiancheng. Hence, he had been appearing to be weak, so that Lin Tiancheng would lower his guard. Yi Yuan's yin-yang separation flow technique was at the acme of perfection, so the difference between left hand and right hand was not much of an issue to him. The power was not inferior to his right hand when he executed the stacking waves layered palm. With his left hand, Yi Yuan had mustered up practically all the essence energy in his body for this blow. Lin Tiancheng was caught unprepared and was severely injured by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan could finish off a 1st-level spirit condensation realm martial artist in the illusionary spirit tower when he was at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. Now that he was already at the 6th-level essence Qi realm, one could imagine just how much power was in this palm. Lin Tiancheng was smacked flying backward for several dozen meters before landing heavily on the ground. There was no movement as he lay unconscious. The surroundings were completely silent. Everybody looked at Yi Yuan like they saw a monster. In the pavilion, Long Tang had a rare bout of a hearty laugh. What an 8-layer wave! An excellent tactic of appearing to be weak. Regardless whether it's scheming or strength, Yi Yuan ranks at the top. Such a terrifying opponent. I'm looking forward to you growing up quickly to fight me someday. Zhuobugui opened his mouth and closed it again. Even until now, he dared not believe the scene before him. The contrast of before and after was too large. This was known as the most difficult Tier 1 martial technique in the Danwu Academy, the stacking waves layered palm. How could Yi Yuan, that fellow possibly comprehends the 8-layer wave, so quickly? Ha ha! Looks like you have no chance of getting my spirit essence pill. Long Tang looked at Zhuobugui with a smirk. Yi Yuan did not relax. He knew that this palm was insufficient to kill Lin Tiancheng. He was going to follow up another palm. Arriving in front of Lin Tiancheng with an instant flash, another palm struck out. Boom! A large cavity was blasted out in the ground. It missed Lin Tiancheng. Several meters away, Lin Tiancheng glared at Yi Yuan with venomous eyes. He howled angrily, "Yi Yuan, you forced me." Chapter 83. Huge uproar. Chapter 83. Huge uproar. "Yi Yuan, you forced me." Lin Tiancheng looked at Yi Yuan venomously. Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly grew stronger, and the surrounding essence energy poured madly towards Lin Tiancheng. When Yi Yuan saw this, his face became very grave. "Look quickly, senior apprentice brother Lin. He's breaking through. He wants to break through to the spirit condensation realm." Senior apprentice brother Lin could have broken through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. He only suppressed his strength at half-step spirit condensation realm for the Earth rank advancement test. Alas, senior apprentice brother Lin is also forced to his wits' end by Yi Yuan. Who would have thought that he could master the 8-layer wave? That's 32 times the power. That's right. Yi Yuan's too strong. He's only at the 6th level essence Qi realm, and he could actually force the half-step spirit condensation realm senior apprentice brother Lin to such a state. But it's over. Senior apprentice brother Lin's breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, and Yi Yuan's trump cards are all used up. There's no more chance of victory. The crowd was clearly pessimistic about Yi Yuan. When Lin Tiancheng was at the half-step spirit condensation realm, Yi Yuan was already straining. Now that he was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, what could Yi Yuan use to fight with him? Over 300 meters away, in the pavilion, Zhuo Bugue patted his chest with a frightened look. Oh, my G. Oh, D. Scared this little master to death. Tried to steal the chicken, but nearly ended up losing the rice. I almost ended up losing the sharp-horned beast's inner core, which I had a hard time getting. I say, Old Long, now can you hand over your spirit essence pill? Long Tang looked on and also sighed, secretly. No matter how Yi Yuan calculated, he probably did not expect Lin Tiancheng breaking through at the last moment. He could only wait now. Even though he did not want to admit it in his heart, he knew that Yi Yuan's chances of victory were not high. But what he thought was one thing, what he actually said was another. What are you anxious about? It isn't over yet. Hee, you really won't give up until all hope is gone. It's already like this. Yi Yuan doesn't even have 10% chance of victory. What are you still stubbornly holding on for? You already said that he has less than 10% chance of succeeding. As long as the chance isn't zero, then there's hope. Although he was stubborn, Long Tang was somebody like this. It was impossible for him to give up until it was truly hopeless. Zhuo Bugue was dumbfounded and could only say, Fine, let's just wait and see. After they finish fighting, won't you still obediently hand over the spirit essence pill? In another pavilion, a youth and a middle-aged man stood with their hands behind their backs. Second uncle, what do you think? The youth opened his mouth and asked the middle-aged man, If this child's not eliminated, he will definitely be a calamity to the Su family. I think so too. I also don't know what happened to him. This month's improvement was simply too terrifying. Regardless of what happened, this child absolutely can't be spared. Just Yi Hang alone is already very troublesome to deal with. If his son were allowed to grow up, the Su family would likely have to exit the medicinal herbs market in the future. The youth was in full agreement. He nodded and asked, Second uncle, over at the disciplinary hall. Don't worry. I've informed the people downstairs long ago to treat this matter as if it didn't exist. We will let Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng fight first. No matter the result, Yi Yuan's definitely dead. Hearing that, the youth let out a sigh of relief. That bunch of old fellows can really remain patient. Second uncle, you didn't make a move, and none of them showed themselves. Looks like they have the same intention as us, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. The middle-aged man laughed coldly. Watching the tigers fight? Ha, just two little cats, that's all. Among these two people, the youth was precisely the Su family's new generation's talent, Su Yishan, while the middle-aged man was Su Yishan's second uncle, Su Yubai, and he was also the Dan Wu Academy's disciplinary hall's elder. By right, they had received the news long ago. Stopping this fight in time was easy for them. However, no instructor had shown up until now. It was as if everyone had reached a silent agreement to let Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan finish fighting. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Tiancheng coldly, without any intention of interrupting. Instead, he quietly took out a transcendent-grade qi returning pill and swallowed it. When he returned to the fragrant medicine pavilion a few days ago, Yi Yuan had refined more medicinal pills. With his strength, it was basically effortless to refine Tier 1 medicinal pills. After consuming a transcendent-grade Tier 1 qi returning pill, Yi Yuan's essence energy instantly recovered to its peak state. This sort of treatment was not something that the average person could enjoy. What did Yi Yuan eat? His essence energy actually recovered in an instant. What rubbish! It's definitely the chi returning pill. But can the chi returning pill recover so much essence energy? Maybe the grade is higher? How high of a grade is needed to let essence energy recover fully? This superior grade? Transcendent grade? Yi Yuan's action of swallowing the medicinal pill attracted the surrounding onlookers' attention. Swabugue seemed to have discovered something, and said in surprise, "Old Long, look at Yi Yuan's chest." Through the nourishment of essence energy, a martial artist's body would surpass that of the average person. A distance of several hundred meters was not considered far to spirit condensation realm martial artists. Initially, everyone did not notice that Yi Yuan's chest had something extra. But his act of swallowing the medicinal pill drew people's attention to the badge adorned on his chest. Long Tang naturally also caught sight of that badge, and involuntarily drew a cold breath. SSS. It's actually a low-rank alchemy master badge. Long Tang, who had always remained calm, became incessantly astonished. And no way. He's only at the 6th level essence chi realm. Is that badge fake? Swabugue's thoughts were identical with many others. They thought that the badge was fake. How's that possible? Who would dare forge a badge issued by the Alchemist Association? That would make one the public enemy of all alchemists. They would absolutely die without a burial place. But how could he possibly refine Tier 2 medicinal pills with his 6th level essence chi realm soul strength? I remembered. Several days ago, the Academy organized a group test. Yi Yuan seemed to have joined. He seemed to have entered a closed-door seclusion after returning from the Alchemist Association. That's to say, when he became a low-rank alchemy master, he was still only at the 4th level essence chi realm. Long Tang also jumped in fright at his analysis. If that was indeed the case, then Yi Yuan was seriously too monstrous. This discovery caused a huge uproar among the students, and everybody started debating. Of course, the general consensus was that it was fake, using a fake Alchemist Association badge. This matter was much more serious than killing someone in the academy. Su Yishan's face became solemn. Second uncle, what's with the badge? Did he really pass the alchemy master test? Si Yubai's face also did not look too good, but he nodded and said, if Yi Yuan isn't a fool, then that badge should be real. But this punk can't be spared even more. A 6th level essence chi realm low-rank alchemy master. It isn't that easy if second uncle wants to kill him, right? Humph, a dead genius, is no longer a genius. Could those old fogies oppose my Su family because I killed a punk who violated the academy's rules? Su Yubai smiled coldly. Second uncle's intentions are. Su Yubai swiped his throat and said icily, wait until they finish fighting. I will directly go there and finish off Yi Yuan. Chapter 84, Breakthrough for You to See. Chapter 84, Breakthrough for You to See. Jiang Yunha did not publicize the matter of Yi Yuan advancing to low-rank alchemy master. Hence, only Feng Ruoqing and those students forced to swear the Heavenly Tao oath knew that he obtained the Alchemy Master Badge within the Academy. Initially, this badge was not indispensable to Yi Yuan, but this was something that Luer used her life to protect, so it naturally became extraordinary to Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan handed Luer over to Feng Ruoqing, he put on the badge seriously in earnest. He had no intention of showing off, but it was currently causing a huge commotion. Yi Yuan and Lin Tiancheng faced each other from a distance. After adjusting for a short while, they recovered to their optimal condition. He did not interrupt Lin Tiancheng's breakthrough, because it was useless. Lin Tiancheng had long comprehended the spirit condensation realm and could have crossed this threshold at any time. He had only been suppressing his cultivation realm all along and did not complete the step of compressing essence energy into a liquid state. Even if Yi Yuan launched a surprise attack on Lin Tiancheng right now, he also could not stop his breakthrough. So he might as well make use of the time to adjust his condition. Following the dissipation of the essence energy storm, Lin Tiancheng's aura suddenly soared, and essence energy spread out wildly. Ha ha ha! This is the spirit condensation realm. Yi Yuan, you asked for this. Now let's see how you'll kill me. After breaking through, Lin Tiancheng felt his body bursting with power as if a floodgate had opened up. At this moment, he even felt like he was invincible. Breaking through a major realm was an extremely extraordinary thing, no matter who it was. However, Lin Tiancheng failed to see any sort of panic on Yi Yuan's face, which made him somewhat disappointed. This is what you relied on upon. Do you feel that after breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, you got me? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Humph. So what if that's the case? What do you have to fight me now that we are separated by a major realm? You'll definitely die today. Lin Tiancheng smiled icily. Immature. Yi Yuan spat out this word coolly. What did you say? Lin Tiancheng erupted. Isn't it just breaking through cultivation realm? I will break through for you to see. Listening to what Yi Yuan said, it was like breaking through realms was as simple as eating and sleeping. Lin Tiancheng roared with laughter. You've just broken through to the 6th level essence chi realm and haven't even consolidated your cultivation realm, yet you still want to break through cultivation realms? Fine. I will see just how you break through cultivation realms. Then watch closely. After saying that, Yi Yuan retrieved a medicinal pill and swallowed it. It was precisely the 5 elements spirit link pill. Seeing this, Lin Tiancheng's face changed, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Initially, he thought nothing of it, but seeing that Yi Yuan actually wanted to use a medicinal pill to break through cultivation realms, he could not help but regret his words earlier. Although Lin Tiancheng did not think that there was any medicinal pill that could directly break through realms, he still reacted right away. This was a death match. Lin Tiancheng could not be bothered with going back on his words, and whatnot. 7-star steps activated in full force as his fist with lightning flashes around it smashed towards Yi Yuan. His actions drew a wave of jeering. Clearly, it was met with everyone's disdain. Just now, he was still talking about wanting to see him break through. But now he smacked his own mouth and sneak attacked him. Simply shameless to the extreme. Senior apprentice brother Lin is at the very least a spirit condensation realm martial artist. How could he be so shameless? Sigh, if a person is shameless, they would be invincible. What to do if their skin is thick? Don't talk C-R-A-P. This is a death match. If Yi Yuan was just bluffing, then it's all good. If he can really break through cultivation realms and reach the 7th level essence chi realm, that would be advancing another minor stage. The threat would increase greatly. If he unleashes the 8-layer wave, then just how horrifying would the power be? You're right, but I still feel that this is too shameless. A living person needs a face like a living tree needs bark. If you can't do it, then don't talk so much. There are so many people looking. I've never heard of any medicinal pill that could directly raise cultivation realms. Don't know if Yi Yuan is putting on a false show of strength. If he's really putting up a bold front, then it's really going to be serious this time. Something's not right. Senior apprentice brother Lin's martial technique doesn't seem to be the thunderous fist anymore. SSS. It's true. That's the upgraded version of the thunderous fist, the low-grade tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement. The 7-star steps plus the 10-directional lightning movement. Isn't this simply bullying people? The low-grade Tier 2 martial technique, 10-directional lightning movement, was the upgraded version of the thunderous fist that descended from the same origin. It had not been 1 or 2 days since Lin Tiancheng cultivated the 10-directional lightning movement. He had long reached the small success stage. Wisconsin H. I plussing to Pa S. S through the illusionary spirit tower with the strength of a half-step spirit condensation realm. Lin Tiancheng could only work on his martial techniques. Very clearly, a Tier 1 martial technique, like the thunderous fist, was unable to achieve that effect from the start. Unless it was some sick Tier 1 martial technique like the stacking waves layered palm or the absolute yang finger, the threat to spirit condensation realms was virtually zero. It was just that Lin Tiancheng's perception was lacking, and he was ultimately unable to comprehend the great success stage of the 10-directional lightning movement. Hence, he kept failing the Earth rank advancement test. In the past, he used the strength of half-step spirit condensation realm to activate the 10-directional lightning movement, so the power was naturally greatly reduced. Presently, Lin Tiancheng was already a genuine first-level spirit condensation realm. Unleash H.I. plus ing the 10-directional lightning movement could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. He had read countless people before and knew that a despicable person like Lin Tiancheng would not keep his word. So he had long been ready. The stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave, versus the 10-directional lightning movement. One fist and one palm collided once more. Boom. This time around, the commotion was greater than any of the previous time. Huge, explosive sounds occurred where the two people clashed. Lin Tiancheng and Yi Yuan flew out once again. However, Lin Tiancheng only retreated a few steps this time, while Yi Yuan lost his center of gravity and fell to the ground. Pooh! The moment he fell, Yi Yuan's innards quivered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the suppression of cultivation realm. Unleash H.I. plus ing a Tier 2 martial technique using spirit condensation realm had extraordinary power. Even if Yi Yuan had 16 times the unleashed power, he still received heavy injuries. If in the past Lin Tiancheng was only a little bit away from Pa S, sing the Earth rank advancement test, then if he went to Partic 1 P8 now, he would be able to advancement easily. The difference in between was not just an iota. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was just a 6th level essence chi realm. The difference between the two people's realms was large to begin with. Now, they were even separated by a major realm. Yi Yuan only vomited a mouthful of blood after the two clashed. This was already D. AM, N sick, F asterisk CK. I can't look on anymore. This is too shameless. Yeah, a Tier 2 movement technique coupled with an extremely high attack power Tier 2 lightning attribute martial technique. Yi Yuan's is at such a disadvantage. If the stacking waves layered palm was complete, Yi Yuan might still have a chance to win. Sigh, such a pity. A genius like Yi Yuan actually fell just like that. I'm dying over here. Is there any effect from the medicinal pill Yi Yuan ate? Quickly breakthrough. Yi Yuan's injury aroused the sympathy of many people. Lin Tiancheng's actions just now had already made him completely inhuman. The strong would always be admired by others. Yi Yuan used his 6th level essence chi realm cultivation to fight a spirit condensation realm to such an extent. One had to say it was a miracle. After all, spirit condensation realm battling essence chi realm represented absolute suppression. Even if it was Long Tang, he could Pa S S through the Earth rank advancement test back when he was at the 9th level Essence Chi realm. But now he was certainly not the current Lin Tiancheng's match. Yet Yi Yuan had subverted this sort of absolute. He won everyone's admiration. Your sister. This Yi Yuan was really bluffing. Gave me a scare. I thought the spirit essence pill that had already landed in my hand had. Up in the pavilion, Zhuobugue was talking halfway when he suddenly stopped, because Yi Yuan's aura was soaring nonstop currently. Chapter 85, Sentence You to Death. Chapter 85, Sentence You to Death. Although he coughed up blood, Yi Yuan's aura was steadily rising, with the 8-layer wave to neutralize the impact of the 10-directional lightning movement. Yi Yuan's injuries were actually not that serious. Under everyone's astonished eyes, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm swiftly broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm. Reaching the 7th level Essence Chi realm meant stepping into the final minor stage in the Essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan's strength would definitely have a huge spike. However, the astonishment that Yi Yuan brought to the crowd had not ceased. After breaking through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm, Yi Yuan's aura did not weaken. He continued charging to the peak of the 7th level Essence Chi realm. In one breath, Yi Yuan reached the peak of the 7th level Essence Chi realm. And then he easily crossed the threshold of the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Only then did Yi Yuan's aura gradually stabilize, stopping at the 8th level Essence Chi realm. Holy C, R, A, P, what medicinal pill did Yi Yuan eat to actually directly break through 2 minor realms? What the F asterisk CK? If one had this sort of medicinal pill, then wouldn't jumping ranks to battle be like playing? Hee. Looks like senior apprentice brother Lin put himself on the spot. Just now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was too low, so even if he used the 8-layer wave, he could not threaten him. But now, Yi Yuan's 8-layer wave will be terrifying. Yeah, if they clashed again, the victor would be hard to determine. A 5 elements spirit link pill was a medicinal pill that belonged to the divine realm. A mortal country naturally had not heard of it before. This type of medicinal pill was indeed very powerful, but it was not without its drawbacks. After the medicinal effects fade, the martial artist's body will collapse because it could not handle a strength that did not belong to their realm. And the medicinal effects of the 5 elements spirit link pill could only be sustained for the period of time it takes to burn 1 stick of incense. Once an incense of time is up, Yi Yuan would no longer have any combat ability and could only let people carve him up. Hence, Yi Yuan must finish this swiftly now. 8th level Essence Chi realm. Now, there's a good show to watch. How could there be such a medicinal pill? I've never heard of it before. It's too shameless. Ah, my spirit essence pill. My sharp-horned beast inner core. Zhuobugue recovered from his shock and pounded his chest in anguish. Long Tang, on the other hand, was staring as clearly as if gazing at a blazing fire. He frowned and said, "This medicinal pill definitely has a time limit. If Yi Yuan can't finish off Lin Tiancheng quickly, then he will really be dead." Zhuobugue exclaimed in surprise. So that's the case. Like I said, if eating 1 medicinal pill could raise 2 minor realms, then what's the point of cultivating? But even if there's a time limit, this medicinal pill is also very terrifying. It's seriously a necessary medicinal pill for jumping ranks to battle. Long Tang said in agreement. That's right. 8th level Essence Chi realm, coupled with the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan truly has the capital to battle with Lin Tiancheng now. However, they're at best on par. None of them can do anything to the other. If Yi Yuan doesn't have any other hidden cards, chances of victory aren't great. Doesn't this mean that your spirit essence pill is going to enter my pockets again? Swabugwe laughed loudly. Long Tang smiled and kept silent. On the other side, Su family's uncle and nephew were repeatedly shocked by Yi Yuan's actions. These medicinal pills are definitely not refined by Yi Hang. Otherwise, Wan Donghai would have been chased out of the capital long ago. There's definitely an extremely powerful alchemist behind Yi Yuan, Su Yubai said gloomily. Su Yishan's face did not look good either. If that's the case, wouldn't we have to spare the rat to save the dishes? What if? There is no what if. No matter how powerful that alchemist is, can he be stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sect? With our Su family's power in the Tranquil Cloud sect, who dares to provoke us? Su Yubai directly cut Su Yishan's off. Second uncle is wise. Since that alchemist let him enter the Danwu Academy, he would have nothing to say if Yi Yuan was sentenced to death after violating the Academy's rules. That's the idea. This world has always been run by strength. As long as we are strong enough, then killing him means he's dead. What can he do to us? An alchemist's strength isn't that great, so what can he do even if he's an alchemy king? Do you see it now? Yi Yuan wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a cold smile. Lin Tiancheng's face fell, but he remained stubborn as he said, "Humph! It's just a temporary increase in cultivation realm. Flashy, but without substance. What's the use?" Whether it's flashy without substance or not, wouldn't you know after trying? Yi Yuan hooked his finger at Lin Tiancheng contemptuously. Putting aside the fact that you are a fake 8th level essence Qi realm, what can you do even if you're a real 8th level essence Qi realm? Lightning danced around Lin Tiancheng's fist, and his 7-star steps activated once more. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh and smacked out with an 8-layer wave again. The aura was much stronger than before. After crossing the 7th level essence Qi realm, Yi Yuan's strength rose another minor stage, and the 8-layer wave's power became extraordinary. One fist and one palm met in an instant, but right then an abnormality occurred. Just as the two of them were only a few steps away from each other, Yi Yuan suddenly changed his palm into a finger. An absolutely powerful force blasted out from the fingertip. Initially, Lin Tiancheng was full of confidence, but now his expression changed drastically as the scent of death pounced from straight ahead. He could feel the terror of the invisible force from Yi Yuan's fingertip. Even though the area was not large, that small radius of force was incomparably powerful. However, at this time, his speed had already reached the limits, and there was no leeway to maneuver. The distance of a few steps was too short. There was not even time to blink. Lin Tiancheng wanted to evade this finger with all his might, but he could not do it with his body's reaction. Yi Yuan had long calculated the time accurately and did not give Lin Tiancheng the time to switch moves. He aimed to kill, not to spar. How could he possibly give Lin Tiancheng the chance to turn things around? Lin Tiancheng's protective essence energy was punched through like paper. The invisible force penetrated Lin Tiancheng's fist instantly, but the momentum did not lessen as it directly pierced through his heart. Lin Tiancheng's body collapsed weakly on the ground. He was no longer breathing. Absolute Yang Finger. This was Yi Yuan's real killing move. During this period, apart from cultivation, Yi Yuan spent the majority of the time on the Absolute Yang Finger. Now, his Absolute Yang Finger was already cultivated to the great success stage. This technique, the Absolute Yang Finger, was a complementary martial technique of the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art. It did not have a fixed grade. If one had to give it a grade, then it should belong to the boundary of Tier 1 martial techniques. It was just that regardless of cultivating difficulty or power, Tier 1 martial techniques could not be compared to it. The power of the absolute yang finger trained to the great success stage was already not inferior to low-grade tier 2 martial techniques. Only Yi Yuan could train it to the great success stage in such a short time. If it were somebody else, they might not even train it to such a stage even if they were given 10, 20 years. One had to know that Yi Yuan only used 3 days to cultivate the stacking waves layered palm, 8-layer wave. He really did it. 6th level essence chi realm actually killed a 1st level spirit condensation realm. What happened just now? The move that senior apprentice Brother Lin was struck by didn't seem to be the 8-layer wave. Yi Yuan is seriously too scary. He can actually cross a major realm to do battle, and even kill his opponent. These students' vision prowesses were insufficient, and did not see Yi Yuan changing his final move clearly. However, the result was evident at a glance. Yi Yuan did something they found it hard to imagine. After killing Lin Tiancheng, Yi Yuan was also exhausted. He could not even lift his finger. Throughout this entire battle, Yi Yuan held the lower hand all along. His body was already covered with injuries. He even gave it his all for the final blow, which aggravated his injuries. Yi Yuan let out a long breath. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan felt his scalp tingle, an aura powerful enough to suffocate people locked onto him. Insolent Yi Yuan, to dare kill your fellow student within the academy, as the disciplinary hall's first elder, I sentence you to death.